Hi, everybody. Welcome to another... I don't know why I keep doing this, but hey, welcome to another edition of the Wileyverse, where on Sundays we play Saltmarsh. Yeah, so we're back. I know, we're back. We've been gone for a couple of weeks. We had some, life get in the way, which often happens. And I remember when we first started a couple years ago, I found out that the hardest thing about Dungeons & Dragons is finding a time where 4 grown adults with their own lives can find time together to sit down for 4 or 5 hours and do this sort of thing. So we have a pretty dedicated group, but stuff comes up. Anyway, so after 3 weeks, we are back in the saddle. And on Sundays, we play Saltmarsh, which is set in Dungeons & Dragons 5e. This is a module that's about 7 different modules kind of shoved together with a nautical theme to make a cohesive story. And these guys find themselves in it. Speaking of these guys, down at the end we have Robert, who is playing Oliver, the group's druid from the Moon Shays, who's in town was looking for a druid, and now it's got mixed up with these guys.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right.
In the middle, we've got Galen with a name I can never remember. Rapid Rivers around the bend south of the mountain.
Take a left.
Take a left. There we go. Who is the team's Porky Piggin, Tabaxi Bard, who was in town looking for an adventure and also got...
I do one good deed.
One good deed. And then finally here are our swashbuckler, Constance Hart, played by Wiley. Or is it Wiley played by Constance Hart? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're Constance now. Yeah,
I'm Constance.
There's no little name placard, so yeah, you could be Constance Hart. This is the Constance verse. Stream Elements just got here. Hey, Stream Elements, welcome. And I'm Mitch. I'm usually one of the players, and Wiley is usually the GM. But for this campaign during the summer, while I'm off of work, I'm running Saltmarsh. So this is our 4th session. The crew found themselves in Saltmarsh for one reason or another, which was recently the home, or has recently become the site of a new mine. A dwarven mine is being built off the... Hey, Druby, right outside of the Saltmarsh town, which is in the southern edge of Kaeland, which was originally set in Greyhawk, but we now have adapted to the Sword Coast. But this town is a kind of a sleepy backwater. Hasn't had a lot of influence from royalty or from the rest of the lands. Kind of just a no place that became a good place for pirates to settle and a lot of smuggling to go down. The place makes its money being a fishery and a trade hub, that sort of thing. But with the recent discovery of ore and mineral veins, the town has gained some notoriety from royalty. And now delegations are coming down on a regular basis, and dwarves are coming down to establish a new mine and set up trade routes. And in the process, the king of the area has cleaned out the sea princes, who are the pirates in the area, that sort of thing. And now the town of Saltmarsh is kind of broken into 2 factions, people that want things to be the way that they were, the status quo of being able to make a couple of bucks here and there and not have the crown breathing down their necks while they did their smuggling and fishing and trading and that sort of thing. And people that are now seeing Saltmarsh as a new area for trade to flourish, and they can make a lot of money and are kind of eager for the crown to come down and put money into the economy in this area and are kind of on board with that. So the area is kind of at odds with itself. These guys are neither here nor there with that, but were set out originally to aid the mining company slightly by accompanying a caravan from the town of Saltmarsh to the nearby mines. And in that process, kind of were set on by bandits and found a haunted house that was not haunted. It ended up being a smuggling ring. Some nearby pirates were using the haunted house as a jump-off point to run weapons back and forth from one location to the other. And it turns out that those weapons were being run for lizard folk who are amassing arms to fight off a force. Unfortunately for you guys and for everybody in the surrounding areas, it's hard to figure out what that force that they're fighting off is. Is it you? Is it the sea elves? Is it something else? Mm-hmm. So in that process of taking down that smuggling ring and stopping the goings on at the haunted house, you guys have kind of embroiled yourself in this. And now working for the Council of Saltmarsh, you have set out to complete the weapons run for these lizard folk and also serve as a possible delegation to the lizard folk themselves to see what it is that they're doing in the area.
I originally thought that they were fighting the Sahag and the fish people.
That's what they said.
They just call...
Then they said that.
Sahag is the name of the enemy, right, yeah.
Yes.
So it turns out the fish people could be a red herring.
Yeah, so in the process of taking over this smuggling operation, there were lizard folk on board the ship, and these guys were able to speak with them, and in that conversation and broken pantomime, they were able to find out that the lizardmen were stocking weapons to fight what they called the Sahagin, which they found out the word that they used for all enemy, that sort of thing. So they're not sure if it's actually Sahagin, if it's something else, or what it is. There was another sea elf on the boat as well, and it turns out that the sea elves are aware of the lizard folk encampment as well, but don't want the lizard folk to know that they're aware of them, and so asked the people of Saltmarsh to maybe investigate as well, work together in doing the investigation, and that's what you guys are doing. You're on your way to the lizard folk encampment to see what's going on there, see if you can get some answers, maybe even be a delegation, maybe make some headway with the friendship side of things. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Or if we let the lizard men conquer the whole bay and rid all the people out of here, things will return back to a natural state of balance.
There's that too.
Just saying.
In that, I don't know if it.
Can I talk to you?
I don't know if it's important to mention, but Oceanus, the sea elf that you did rescue on the pirate ship, was at the delegation, and you guys did ask him to come with you, but he cannot because he doesn't want the lizard folk to be aware that the sea elves are also aware of their encampment, that sort of thing. So you guys were not able to bring him, but the lizard folk themselves, you guys did set up outside of the haunted house. You went back and picked them up, and now are headed back to their place. So they were on the boat with you. So now your boat is crewed by 15 kind of no-name pirates that you guys have picked up, including a surgeon. Did you guys get a cook? No surgeon.
No surgeon. We got the cook.
You got a cook?
We didn't get a carpenter?
We didn't get a carpenter either.
You have ergonomic
stairs
service and stuff like that. Yeah, I think the only people that you specifically got was
the cook.
Was it just the cook that you got specifically?
We need. Oh yeah, I got. We need a cook, carpenter, surgeon. I have cook check marks.
Yes, you're going to be the bosun, right?
Yeah.
No, sorry. You're the quartermaster, the navigator.
Yeah.
Bosun would be like kind of the first person, the maintenance guy. That's who you were going to put.
That's Dami.
Dami is going to be the bosun. Unless you want me to go and keep calling him
I don't care.
All right. So Dami is the bosun. First mate was you, right?
First mate,
which is great because you need persuasion stuff like that, and then you needed a surgeon and a cook, which you didn't get.
No, we got the cook.
You got a cook. You didn't get a surgeon.
We didn't get the carpenter.
Okay.
We didn't get the surgeon and the carpenter.
Surgeon and a carpenter. So you have a regular. You are crewed fully.
It's generally a bad idea, unless your ship is made of living wood, which I don't think ours is.
You have a druid. I know you can't do anything with living wood, with the dead wood that you have, but maybe you can
do shape wood, can't you?
I have druid. I can make it grow flowers.
Because you wrote the name on the side of the ship by using a spell. I can't remember what it was.
You did write Heart of the Sea in the wood on the side.
What did I use that with? Did I just make that shit up?
Maybe. Sounded good though.
Turns out this game is just making shit up.
I mean, the whole thing was a ruse to begin with. I don't think I could actually do that with Druidcraft.
I thought it was shape wood, but I can't remember.
If it wasn't shape wood, then you might have maybe we said that you just did it and just carved it, but I'm pretty sure he said that he said he carved it.
I recall being in a bit of a state last session.
I recall that too.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, I don't have that spell.
You could have switched it out, right?
Yeah, let me see.
Oh no, druids are stuck in their spells like
you also could have
sorcerers. Regardless.
I'm stuck with my spells. It's more like a cleric than
I feel like that was a pretty weak recap, but you guys know it's
that brought me to speed.
So anyway, you guys had just where we left off was you guys had been on the boat. The housekeeping stuff I need to talk about we'll get to in a second, but you had sailed the boat from Saltmarsh to close to the lizard man lair, or at least where you're supposed to drop off the weapons, and then you were going to go past that. Near the area where you're supposed to drop off the weapons, you were beset by about 6 or 7 merfolk on the deck of the boat, and underneath the boat, which the lizardmen went down and aided you in the fighting. You don't have that?
I have mold earth, not mold wood.
That's fine. So we'll just say you painted it on the side of it.
So I said I have a special druid technique to do this, but it's really I was just
carving.
Yeah.
Just tooling the wood. That's fine. So the things that I needed to
look at this tool that the druids have created. You call it a knife.
Yes.
It's called a druid crafter. There's just 2 pieces of... I'm new to this. I read the book wrong. But we'll say it online real quick on the stream. There's 2 pieces of housekeeping that I needed to take care of. First one was I misread distances on the hexes. Up close, there's two different hexes for maps. There's up close and there's distance hexes. The trip from Saltmarsh to where you're headed would have taken 3 hours, not 3 days.
Oh, okay.
So you would have been set up by the merfolk on the 3rd hour, not the end of the 2nd day. I know it's not important really, but we want to show you how close the thing actually is and how much difference it made for you to be on that boat with a full crew versus you guys limping it in from the haunted house.
Okay, and we were on our way to where when this?
You are leaving the Saltmarsh ports, heading to where the lizard men say they're in camp.
And we were attacked on the way there. So
you
we're
were
still
attacked
on the
there.
way.
You would have been attacked about 2.5 hours in, not 2 days in.
Okay.
Just so you know the
close,
distance. Yeah, it's closer.
Yeah.
I want you. That's why it's more nerve-wracking. It's not 2 days by boat. It's 2 hours by boat. It's a lot different.
On the doorstep of the city. Huh?
The other one was I wasn't keeping very good track of what day it was, and it had come up in session 2. Like, you tell me what day it is. Somebody said that to me, and I was like, "That's a good point. I don't know what day it is." When you left Saltmarsh, I said there were 2 days to market, which would have put it in the middle of the 10-day. So I'll have to write all that stuff down. So you would still be 2 days to market day when we left. So I will write that in my head mentally. It's a Wednesday sort of thing. I don't know.
I guess if there's a specific day where we can make trade, we should keep
That's what I was saying. The book has made a specific market day. We have said there's a specific market day, and I've also used it to mark time once when you brought the boat back in. So if I'm going to use that day, and we're going to continue to say when is market day and stuff like that, I need to keep better track of that. So it is 2 days to market day right now. I will start keeping track from there.
And the names of the days are just the numbers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so then this would be day 4 of 10. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow is day 5. Day 7 is market day. Okay. Because that would be like Friday with a 3-day weekend. So Friday is market day, sort of. So we'll just say that. Today is day 5. Today is day 5. So
midway through the week.
Is there anything that anybody had any questions about? Anything else you wanted to clarify? Anything we need reminders of? It's been a while.
Only 3 hours. I was going to ask about long rest, but
you had a long rest before we left.
But we just had a fight.
You just got into a fight. Yes, it's up to you. Would you like to, when you get where you're going, stop on the deck for long rest?
Well, I'm saying it's not.
You haven't had a long
day
rest
before we get to where we're going.
Right. So we will pick up at the end of combat from the merfolks, and we'll get to that in a second. But is there anything else? Are there clarifying questions? Is there anything that I said before that you need clarified, or any loot I didn't explain? Anything like that?
Just that these lizardmen are very, very survival forward kind of people. Like, are they just gonna? Well, it would have been something I would have to ask the lizardmen. Like, are they just? Are we gonna get there? They're just gonna take our boat and use it for whatever.
Now we can get to the town in 3 hours.
Yeah.
Well, the lizard folk seem ready to go back and forth with you on the boat. The pirates were already doing that.
Okay.
If you want to clarify with them, like, hey, we're taking these weapons all the way to your doorstep now, is that going to be a problem? That might be something you need to bring up with
Well, we already talked to him about that. He's going to introduce us to his leader because new leader, new deal.
Yeah, new leader, new deal. That's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So
their boss. So you need to see their boss.
Otho
Kent. Yeah.
Otho
Kent.
Yeah. And his boss was Urktos, or
that's what I have.
Yeah, Urktos.
Urktos?
Yep. He said his boss, the person he reports to, is Urktos.
Oh, Urtos. Urtos. Excuse me.
IRH, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Urtos. Yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense. Urtos.
And Othokent is the queen.
Othokent is queen. Urtos, I know. Okay, so you... Sorry, I should have got that. I was like, oh, I don't know that guy. Urtos, I do know. Yes. So Urtos is his boss. Yes, he would be like, yeah, I know. I report to Urtos. So yeah. Then you are expected, yes. You guys aren't going to... They're not just going to take your boat... You're going to help a little bit.
Okay.
So you want to meet the boss, and Batas is going to try his best to get you to meet the boss.
All right.
Anything else?
I think
there's a bunch of dead merfolk on the deck.
All right, so you do find dead merfolk on the deck. You guys have killed those guys off. The lizard folk are...
Is it cannibalism or is it...
No, it's fish.
Can you eat them?
Yeah. I mean, you can eat anything.
Yes,
do you want to eat merfolk? Do you want to keep merfolk in the stocks?
Kind of does.
Do you want?
I've never tried it. He wants half of one.
You guys hired a cook. It's the one person you had. If you want him to add these merfolk to stores, you can.
I mean, I'm asking you, are they edible?
You have lizard.
Technically, I suppose. I can just fish some fish for you, though.
Lizard folk, I'll eat them if you're planning on keeping lizard folk on the boat. These will make excellent food for them that won't eat into their stores because they do eat a lot.
Huh. I just wondered about the morale of the crew. If they know about it, they might think that's bad luck.
Morale's my problem.
True.
I want to look them over, see if they have any like markings, like they're from a tribe or a group together.
You will notice. So by looking at them, they do have some face paint on and stuff like that. But you'll notice right away that all of their face paint seems to be different. That they don't seem to have any consistent marking.
Oh,
they're not like from a single tribe or like a single group. Or this face paint doesn't mean anything.
Would I know something about? Do I know anything about merfolk? Being that I speak their language.
Yeah, if you speak Aquan, right?
Yeah.
You'd have something. You mean?
Was that like a?
That'd be like history, I guess.
You can just tell me
history.
no.
Yeah, give me history. No, it's okay because I history. Because you're a druid and this is face paint and these are Aquan speaking.
It's true. We like our road back home. That's okay. That's spells. All right.
I would like to know how they keep their face paint on underwater.
Magic. They use it. They use the squeezings from sea cucumbers. That's probably not going to make it. 6 plus nothing great. Yeah, 2, 8.
No, it could be anything.
I know about the sea cucumber thing.
It looks like it was drawn on with a cucumber. That's all you know. Yeah, you do find trinkets here and there. I mean, they probably have about 30 gold worth of stuff here and there on them of consequence that you can buy. And one of them, though, has a very man-made object. Gross. That you do find on the person.
What the hell is that?
There seems to be a note or something inside.
It looks washed up.
It's been washed and bored.
I'll try to dry this out and mend it.
Give me a wisdom check. Advantage because you have a sailor's background.
Ooh. Wisdom check?
Message in a bottle.
Or, I mean...
Yeah.
Wisdom check.
If it's not a skill or anything like that.
That's a natural 20.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So you divine a couple of things from this right away. On the outside, that rope, that's called a chain hoop. That's a decorative knot. A sailor did not make that. You would see that in town for like basket handles or decorations. That is not... That's not a sailing knot.
Uh-huh.
So the sailor did not tie that.
Some kind of potion maker, maybe.
Mm-hmm. The second thing would be the inclusions in the water. The water is probably the only thing in there that's not supposed to be in there. That probably seeped in through the cork. That plant and that dirt are in there on purpose. This bottle, when there's dirt and plant in there, that's a SOS that was sent from an island, not a boat. So if these people need rescue, that changes your parameters for search to land, not sea.
And this was on the...
One of the merfolk was carrying that. So that looks like that bottle was dropped in the water from the land area, not from off the side of a boat.
Okay. Well, I'll share that. But
I told you I put a lot of thought into it, and then you know it's funny.
Did you make this?
I made it.
Did. That's sick, dude.
You just found it on the...
Right, yeah.
It's Arizona. Those things wash up and then washes all the time.
Yeah.
Messages in a bottle.
Dope, dude.
This is exactly how it's described.
Also, because you rolled a natural 20, and I don't want you to have to open that in here, we'll pretend that you opened it and looked in it.
Sure.
Or unless you want to say you're not opening it.
Well, I was going to dry out the contents and use
taking it out carefully. Yeah, taking it out carefully and mending it will show that what's on it is a bunch of circles and lines and stuff that don't seem to make any sense.
Okay.
Do they look like these?
It would. I can show you an example.
We're never going to use this.
It looks like binary. It looks like binary, but some of the up and down lines are sideways. So it's like zeros and ones, but some of the ones are sideways. It makes no sense. Like
you would send SOS with a code.
It's So for some reason they coded SOS. Yes. But what it's written in though, the zeros and ones and stuff like that are written in like letter, charcoal, on purpose, so that they won't run if they do get wet.
Is that a thing?
You know, as someone, especially who's working on sidereal stuff, that a lot of rudders are written in graphite, so if they get wet, they're not ruined. But a lot of them are also written in ink on purpose, so to ruin them if you get caught.
Yeah.
So now you can apply that knowledge as you see fit now that this was meant to go into the ocean for quite a while and be found later. So this was meant to be out in the water and then found someplace else.
By someone who knows this cipher. If it is indeed a cipher.
Or it's just a bunch of zeros and ones in a bottle.
Could be some language, some weird critter out there. Who knows?
So you guys find yourself on the deck, 2.5 hours into a 3-hour journey towards the edge. Vitalis is out on the deck. They look like they're already kind of having that merfolk idea. They're starting to quarter a couple of the bodies up while you guys search and stuff like that. But
I want to gauge the crew's reaction to this, to them doing that.
Insight, I guess.
Natural one.
Natural one. How do you feel about it?
I don't care.
You don't care? Then you project that onto the crew.
Okay. I'm like, good.
It was either going to... something was going to eat these remains, whether it's us or
below
the sea.
The water or above it. The sea takes their own.
That's a good question.
All right, so I leave them to clean up this.
So your crew does the normal stuff too. They go about their things. They're throwing bodies over. They're leaving the lizard folk bodies alone. What you do, even with your natural one, because you asked, people are giving the lizard folk birth.
Yeah.
And the lizard folk also seem to be doing the same. They're not getting in the way. They know this is a boat. And they were traveling with those pirates. They've seen this before. They're not getting in the way. Yeah, so they're doing that. But you guys are on your boat. You're in the middle of the day.
All right, so let's keep on going.
All right. Yeah.
Start up a little tune.
All right. What type of tune are you singing?
Shanty about fighting off merfolk.
There are plenty of them.
Performance it up.
Get ready for the bomb drop. Boom.
What is that?
26.
Is that a natural 20?
That's it.
No, 18.
I have a +8 to performance.
Yeah, so for... Fuck, man. All right, so...
Morale restored.
Well...
Sing about how succulent merfolk taste.
It's, well... do you really do that?
Well, do it as a little joke.
Okay, so you're
Not
saying,
oh man.
so at a 26, this is a funny jaunt. People are having a good time because you've set it to a tune that everybody knows. So work is happening. The cleanup is funny, but you keep like saying people's names and like they got hit on the head by a merfolk or like slipped in the blood. You're making the battle sound like the merfolk lost on accident because the crew was incompetent.
Yeah.
And so
it's like if only they knew how tasty we were.
And so you're laughing, and then when you start making the jokes about the tasty, you get a weird sound from the lizard folk that you're assuming is also laughter. So morale has gone up. That was a great little. They love it, and you can tell some of the other guys when you're done, they're kind of humming it. So you might have.
Yeah.
People might re-sing this song. They're like the merfolk ghost song or something. You know, you have to come up with a name for it.
Damn, but if it weren't catchy.
I'll write down the lyrics.
I like it. I like describing your songs too. That's fun for me. All right, so with an able-bodied crew and with a fun song going on, you guys make the trip pretty simply. You do pass the area where you're supposed to drop off the swords and the things like that. And when you do pass that, Vitalis does tell you. He's like, this is where it was. And he and Ella have a little bit of a conversation between the two of them. And then you're the captain now, right? He seems to bring to you that that area where the merfolk were and the drop-off zone seem to be really close. Like that doesn't seem. They think that might not have been a coincidence. That's something Vitalis wanted to tell you because you're the boss now. That's just something they noticed that'll happen really close. The drop-off of the weapons and the merfolk attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they were ready or something. That's weird.
Like they were waiting for this.
But other than that,
actually, I point at the merfolk and I go, Sahagin?
And they look a little confused and they talk for a second and they kind of know you.
Like these are Sahagin, but not
the Sahagin.
When they hunt our waters, yes, when we hunt their waters, it's us.
Yeah, so Sahagin means aggressor.
I kind of motioned toward my weapons. Like the weapons, are they for them? the weapons we're giving you, are they to fight these?
How would you go about asking him that? Like, are these to stab these? Are you trying to stab these?
Yeah, that's basically what I just said. Like, weapons we give you for these, mimic a stabbing motion.
Sure. I wrote this down once before.
Gosh, I wish I had comprehend languages.
Me too.
I do have that. Well, not ready, but I think I can get it.
You should definitely get that.
Remember, you can't switch spells.
Until I level, yeah.
What?
Bards aren't like wizards.
Known spells.
They're like sorcerers.
What would it be, level 2?
It's a level 1 spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have that. Well, not. I can take it.
That might be something if you guys do take a large rest. Take a large rest. Yeah.
That drop-off point, is there like a mark? Is there like a landmark? Or is it just like or they just point to like a drop, like a spot on the coast? Like, that's the place.
So Vitaus is he's eager to make contact with you, but he seems like he's distracted a little bit also by looking at the coast and trying to figure out where home is coming from. Like, he's not used to looking. Yeah, he's not used to looking for home from a boat edge.
Right.
So he's trying to give you your answer about whether or not these are Sahagin or not, or are these weapons for fighting these guys. He doesn't really seem to understand. He gives you kind of a no, not really answer. He's not not really getting what you're talking about.
That's
really.
Good.
Sorry, he rolled a really bad get what you're saying. Would that be an acceptable D&D roll? Like, you tell me and then I roll check on that guy? Okay, cool.
It's, like, social interactions are one of the strangest rolls in D&D because it's backwards.
I don't want you to roll against me. I want to try to figure out what you're saying.
Because everything else is, I say I want to do something and I roll it. But with social things, you go, how do you say it? And then I say it, and then you make me roll afterwards and interpret the results.
Because I know who Vitaus is, and like he wants to help you guys, but he's not. He's a lizard folk.
Yeah,
but he's a warrior. He's not. Right. He's not there. He's here to make sure pirates bring them swords.
Yeah,
he's not here to make sure that you guys get there at noon on the dot, and there's a procession or anything like that. These are lizard folk on the deck eating merfolk in front of you. Wow. All right, so if nothing else, no, it's okay. I mean, do you have any other questions for me? Okay, so they are now, the lizard folk are coming out onto the edge of the boat now, up onto the prow, and they're looking over. And Vataus does explain it's because he has difficulty figuring out where we're supposed to land from the water. This is not how he does things. He's from the land. But after about 20 or 30 minutes of spotting, the other lizard folk seem to get excited first, and then he takes their word for it and signals to you guys that he's found the spot. So.
Okay, well, unless we want to stay here to recover, to lick our wounds. Is anyone hurt, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
No. You are hurt?
Yes. Not by much. On a scale of 21, I'm looking at about a 17.
That's about me too.
I'm down spell slots, but not.
And inspiration, yeah.
Maybe that's why those were down there. I didn't check them on this thing, though.
I'll give you a quick cure wounds. Why not? I mean, it might as well be down a spell slot than down health if things get into trouble.
A date. A D8.
Oh, yes.
Like, as soon as you said that,
Captain.
Well, as soon as you said that too, I was like, I thought I knew what we were talking about.
You're at full.
Yeah, I'm at full. Thank you.
Was that a spell you just used?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cure wounds.
All right.
I have 2 slots left.
So it's up to you. I mean, you guys, you're in a spot. You're on your own house. You guys are in a boat. If you want to take your long rest, it's the beginning of a session. You're more than welcome.
I think.
Do they want to wait? Like, are they ready to go, or do they want to wait?
So as you talk to the vet house, and he was already having trouble explaining what he was saying because they're pretty geared. They want to go in.
Yeah, I say we just go.
Either that, or we let them go ahead of us and prepare for our arrival.
When you suggest that, Vitaus says that's not a good idea.
Yeah,
because you're going as a delegation, he would like for you to go with him, is the idea you're getting from his broken comment. Yeah.
Very well.
All right. I think we'll be fine.
How long a walk?
So you guys are in your boat. This is up to you now. What I was telling him to begin with, we need to talk about your boat a little bit too. I'm going to come up here and get in front of the camera for half a second. But your boat looks more like this. So you have one single large sail that comes down in the front like this, not two.
Right.
Your crow's nest is a basket. It's on top.
Okay.
You also have a triangular prow sail that I was calling the topsail earlier.
Yeah.
Now, when the mechanics were talking about where you cut it to loosen the topsail, that would have released the tie down for this triangular sail anyway and had the same effect. So this is a steerage sail that you can also funnel to tack into the wind. It's nice. Up here you have a wheel that spins in a circle to lift and lower your anchor. Okay. So the prow is where the anchor lift is, and then the aft castle is where you're going to find your tiller and stuff like that. You guys sink into the water about 9 to 12 feet, depending on how laden you are. Or sorry, yeah, this is about right. 9 to 10 feet, 9 to 12 feet, depending on how laden you are, and then rise 17 above it. So you can get on your boat. Yeah. You can get as close as you want. Erg and Dami are pretty good about that. You do have poles, like basically like gaffing sticks that go 20 feet that will tell you when you're getting closer to shoals and things like that. But you also have the jerry boat, and you have the other boat that you took from the haunted house that's skipped behind. It's basically tied behind. Yep. So you have two different boats that you can cast ashore with. That would be the preferred way to do it. You get on your jerry boat, you row out there.
What's the deal with boating food?
Yeah, it's a
Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, God. Bring the inspiration back.
It's a boat. De-inspiration.
It's a boat about nothing.
A big boat about nothing.
So, but basically, so the question was how far to walk. If you get on your jerry boat, there is 2 small caves that you can boat into that Vathaus is pointing out, or you can pull up onto the shore and get up on top, and there's an entrance up there. While you're talking about that, about where...
Oh, thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks.
While they're talking about that, while you're discussing where to go, Ella starts to bark at Vathaus, and they start to talk and look up at the top. And that's when Vathaus looks at you and says, "There is problem at top."
At top?
More lizard men not there. Should be there.
You should have a lookout there. And he's missing.
And then they bark to each other a little bit more.
That's bad.
And then they kind of come back together.
Barking lizards.
The barking lizards. Well, they're talking in Draconics. It sounds like, it's dragon speak.
Good name for a band.
Dragon bark?
No, barking lizards.
Barking lizards? I like it, yeah. So they bark at each other some more, and then Vathaus kind of turns and says, "We should go there."
Do merfolk, can they go on land, or are they completely
Merfolk, they are amphibious. They spend most of their time underwater. Are you talking about merfolk or lizard folk?
Merfolk.
Merfolk spend most of their time underwater, and they have 2 body types that are the most common. Some of them are like snake-legged, like mermaids, but there are bipedal merfolk that are less common. Less common, but
if they were waiting by the drop-off point, they might also be. All right, we should go.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to have Dami row us to shore.
So you're going to leave you want to take Dami in the jerry boat with you?
Yep, and so he can bring it back.
Okay. Dami is your bosun. He should not usually leave.
Okay. Then
like this is not Star Trek. Yeah, you don't want to take your guys off the boat. Yeah, Erg would be a better choice because he's the strong one. He's a good rower.
And I put Dami on, you're in charge of the boat.
Now, just so you know, and just for character development too, Erg's name is Erg. His tongue has been cut out.
Yeah.
He cannot signal you or do anything from the boat if you take him.
Yeah, we're just going to be dropped off and tell him to go back. So
you're not going to keep the jerry boat at shore?
No.
Okay, all right. So you're going to get on the boat. Yeah. You're going to then that doesn't matter who you take, but you should never take your deck crew with you unless.
What's our signal to get it back?
You tell me.
We wave. Don't you have little do fireworks?
Yeah, I guess.
If you see fireworks from the shore and hear one of his songs, send out the boat to come get us.
Mm-hmm. And what should we do if there's trouble out of here?
I would rather you not get hurt.
They will. There's a signal on. They'll have a signal. What is the fucking one thing? A hood lantern. They'll have a hooded lantern from the crow's nest to let you know if there's problems there or if you can't come to shore or something like that.
Yeah, we're looking all the time.
We do have that lantern.
What if it's daylight?
You can also make it out. Yeah, if it's daylight, I don't know.
We'll see them like waving.
Well, I mean, how far inland we're going? That's why I was asking what the walk.
He's telling you that you're going to pull up on shore, climb up a shelf. I mean, you can see where you're going from the 60 yards out. It's pretty darn close. Where you're going is kind of at the edge of a river delta. It's just beyond it, so you're kind of in a flat plains kind of creeky area. But this is kind of built up. It's higher than the surrounding area, or higher than the.
What exactly is built up? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That's okay.
Is it a natural feature?
Yes, I'm trying to describe
cave and the rock around it. I'm assuming.
I'm trying to describe it. I'll show you where you guys kind of are. Okay. So you guys are left Saltmarsh and went along the coast, and you can see the river delta down here. It ends and makes a delta. Just beyond the delta is where the lizard folk encampment is supposed to be.
Okay.
This area is kind of like, imagine the cliffs of Dover, and they just kind of stop, and then underneath it would be a river delta. It's just not that tall.
Okay.
So the edge of the shoals does go up steeply. There is a cavern system that goes below the water surface down in there, but the entrance is above ground. But off to, about a mile or two to the right of that is the river delta. Okay. So this is near a river delta. This would be a good place for like hunting and fishing and like putting an encampment. It makes sense, especially if you've got natural encampments and caves like that.
Yeah.
Off to 300 yards farther, that's when trees start to appear and then the wooded areas become. So imagine, kind of a coastline and then a rising shoal with a cave system, and then over off, kind of in the distance a little bit, is like a river. It's a nice little plains area with some hills there, and then off in the distance, forests, and then way, way distant would be mountains. I mean, this is a nice flat floodplain kind of area. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. I got it.
So I tell them if trouble comes, leave. Like circle back around, but don't sit here and engage, and don't fight.
Well, they work for you. They're not going anywhere. You just need to let them know, like, how long do you want them to wait? Are you going to meet them back at Saltmarsh? Are they welcome back at Saltmarsh? They have 2 months worth of stores,
Give us, like, if we're not back in a 10-day, then leave. Then go back to Saltmarsh.
Go back to Saltmarsh. Okay. They'll do that. They'll hang out for 10 days.
We can find another way back to Saltmarsh.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and you're not going very far.
Nope.
If things change, you can come back and be like, hey, take the house, stay longer, that sort of stuff. Okay. So you load up onto the boat. Mm-hmm. It is the three of you, all three lizard men, which is Ella, Vitaus, and third one whose name escapes me every time because you guys don't. Offrunk. He's right here. Offrunk, yeah. Offrunk, because he doesn't talk much. He seems to speak the least amount of common. They get into the boat with you, so 6 of you. Gets into the boat to paddle as well.
By the leash and stuff, so you don't forget it.
Normally, I would say, do you want to bring any of your men with you? You guys are obviously in charge of a group of people and things like that. However, you are a delegation.
Yeah.
And
we don't want to come
right, we don't want to.
And through the conversation, stuff like that, the vet's house is kind of like, I'm already bringing people in here. It's not a good idea to bring more. It is up to you, though. If you would like to bring more sailors with you, they are yours.
Yeah, just leave them there.
Leaving sailors there. So it is the 6 of you, you 3 plus the 3 lizard folk, and is on there. You guys can row up there pretty easily. Do you want to show the lizard men how to row? You want to see them row with
Show them how to row?
They took the boat the first time.
They know how to row. Yeah, that's right. They can row and stuff like that. So yeah, they make it to shore. No big deal. When you get to shore, though, the lizard men immediately depart. The lizard folk immediately disembark and head straight up to the entrance of where their base is, which, like I said, is up the little sandy shoal, about 100 yards, or not 100 yards, maybe like 50 yards, and then up a small hill around a little edge right there, and kind of like a rock face is up on top of this little shoal. And that's where they run up to.
Tracks on the sand.
Down here, the only tracks are the ones left by them. However, you can see that this area right here is not just like wave trodden. There are divots everywhere. This is regularly used shoal. This beachhead right here has heavy and frequent traffic.
The delta nearby makes sense.
So bid her farewell,
All right.
and we'll start following the lizardmen.
You get the feeling that if Erg could talk, he would probably bitch that he has to row this boat back by himself. That you guys didn't put any other sailors on the boat with
Think of
him.
all the merfolk you can eat when you get back.
They don't want to eat the merfolk. They look like humans. They were the ones throwing the bodies off. It was the lizard folk chopping up merfolk. Unless, did you tell him to keep merfolk?
No,
or you weren't telling anything, Justin? Yeah. All right, so you are on the shoals. You're on the beachhead.
Gonna follow Vartos.
All right, that house is just up the hills. When you get there, they are already moving aside basically a wooden door off the side of the cave, and no sooner is it open than that house runs in, and Ella and Orthon kind of take positions outside of it, facing out. And they kind of continue to look around. They're kind of looking in bushes and things like that, but they're not.
Do they look like they're like running to see what's going on, or do they look like they're expecting a fight?
Yeah.
They look like they're guarding the door now from the outside.
Like when Vitalis went in, did he go into fighting stance?
No. It looks more like he's rushing in, but it didn't. He wasn't pulling weapons.
So yeah,
or
I'm not going to
anything
pull
like
my
that.
weapons then.
He's running in.
All right, I head in after him.
You head in after him.
Or should I wait?
Well, I was going to say, as you try to, Ella
okay.
kind of gives you one of those for
Alright.
a second. Yeah, so 20, 30 minutes goes by. Not a lot. Over that time, too, Ella and Orthon kind of they've calmed. Nothing seems to be immediately an issue right now. And Vataus comes back out with another lizard folk that you've never seen before, and he seems a little... like, not surprised to see you, but more like, oh, almost like, that house is like, nah, fully shit. Like, oh, really are you? Like, specifically, like, you, too. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's weird. Oh, do you do that? All right, cool. Yeah, so that,
He just jumps back.
yeah. So he goes back in, and then Ella and Orthon follow that third lizard man back in. And Vathouse talks to you guys for a moment. He says, there were 3 human here. Maybe 1 moon. They have gone.
Where does he point?
Just basically straight away from the door.
What did they look like?
Man. Sword.
They have beards.
Yes, beard. Maybe, I don't know, he wouldn't know beard, maybe. He does you man.
Beard.
Sword. Beard. He's sailor.
Beard.
Sailors. Yeah, sailors. Yeah, they are sailors with swords. He kind of points at the boat.
They came by boat?
Like that. No, like, more like the people.
like the
boat
sailors.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, boat people, he says. Yeah, boat people. More sailors.
Did they come by boat?
He doesn't know. They were just looking around.
No
fight. Looking. No fight. Looking.
Old deal people? Old deal people?
Oh, old deal people. Yeah. So Vataus will kind of bark back inside, and that third lizard folk will come back out, and they talk for a few moments. And that third lizard folk stays back out. My friend, no, speak your word.
Oh.
Never see face before.
So not old deal people.
Did they have some kind of insignia?
Same clothes.
Same clothes.
As
Well,
I described the loyalist, the kingdom's
right.
symbol.
Oh yeah, no. They mean so they talk more like the boat people. They look like the old boss boat people.
Oh, they look
So
like
like
old
pirates.
deal people, yeah.
Pirates, yeah. That's so. If you say that word, then pirates. That's the word that house is looking for. And so he passes pirate to the new guy, and that word gets barked. Pirate. You know, they work on pirate a little bit. Yeah, he's working on it.
Why no watch? No sentry?
Yeah, why is the sentry missing? Your lookout.
He'll explain that when they don't want to get spotted, half the point of living underground is being a secret. So the lookout is looking for people coming near, then they hide.
Okay.
And so they've been hidden for over a day. Like, basically, they're finding out right now that those guys are gone because they didn't find anybody that was inside hiding, and you guys have entered or basically,
we're here.
Vathaus is here, and nobody is here. Vathaus has told you no fight occurred, and the people that were here are gone now. But we don't know why or what was going on with that. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't interact with them. They hid from them.
Right.
So.
Okay. Sounds fine then.
And it was a day ago, 1 moon ago. Well, if there's people poking around the lizard folk, maybe the council sent another team.
It's definitely possible.
Or the pirates are trying to figure out why their money didn't come back.
We're gonna find them skinned and hung up, and this is just Predator reenactment.
Better them than us.
Forgot to tell you, this is actually, it just says pray.
Okay, so are we meeting with Ertos?
Ertos. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought I was ready to speak as Vathaus, and now I'm like, I have to get ready for it. Word is going in. You are expected. Please, your weapons. And Vathaus doesn't look like he's real happy to ask you that, but he is asking for your weapons.
I'll give him my scimitar. I have my
belaying pin.
I have my belaying pin. Does that seem like a weapon to him?
Are you going to try to hide the belaying pin, or are you just
No,
going
I'm trying to hide it. I just have it on me.
Did you see you use it as a weapon?
He's seen me use it as a weapon. So, yeah, right. I can just pick up any old stick.
Okay, you're going to give him the club and the scimitar. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give him mine, and then I'll turn to him and be like, I like to keep these handy for close encounters.
Do you have other weapons on you?
I have claws.
Claws? Okay. Oh, you're... Okay, I thought you meant it was...
This is a grenade. Yeah.
Hand over my stuff. I am going to try... So I'm going to hand him the hand crossbow that I got off the captain. And I'm going to try to hide my hand crossbow behind my back.
Okay. Sword?
Sleight of hand? My sword, yes.
Okay. Sleight of hand.
This is going to be really high.
I can't.
This is going to be really high.
Well, I don't know you're doing this, so I can't really guide you. And it would be weird if I did guide you on a sleight of hand as you try to please somebody.
I rolled a 12, and that puts it at a 19. So, plus 7 to sleight of hand.
All right. So, you're 19.
19.
Okay, and...
They're passive. It's against their passive.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's 11, so that's totally fine. So I was like, I'm trying to remember. I don't want to bring it up every single time. All right. So Vathaus does take your weapons. Mm-hmm. He seems very pleased with this. And he brings them into the first place and kind of does that with you.
Okay.
And you walk in. Yep. You walk in. Now it's time for reading stuff. It's like you said, this is when you get to the good stuff when the module book comes out, right?
We triggered the text box.
Yeah.
Text box shows up.
You ever read the flavor text and be like,
I'm not reading that.
All right, so there are shrubs and tall grass that's concealing this large, stout wooden door that Vathaus has moved aside for you. There's no handle on it or anything like that. The construction is very crude. It's just been hammered together with, kind of rough-hewn wood dovetail sort of stuff. There's no metal in this construction. It's just been kind of thrown together.
Your kind of door.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, it is almost like Druidcraft. It's put together to look natural. It looks like wood is kind of fallen. It could be a ship part. It could be driftwood. It could be anything. It's really nice. It's nice. But so... you walk in, and it is basically just a hallway, a foyer. And right when you walk in, you make a right. Vathaus takes you into a small enclosure to the right, even though the hallway continues down. You're in basically a cave tube. It looks like it's been carved out of pretty much soft, I don't want to say volcanic rock because it's more porous. It's almost like shale, like soapstone that's been chipped away. So it looks like it was pretty easy to carve this. And so it's probably... Well,
Nature.
You're
a druid, yeah.
Ironically, druids aren't typically very good at the nature skill, but isn't that funny?
Why is it? It's a wisdom based.
It's intelligence based.
Oh. Yeah, survival is wisdom.
4 + 4 is 8.
Yeah, okay, it's shale. Anyway, you walk in.
I feel like
this room is bare. The room that you've walked into is bare except for 2 wooden benches that are set up on opposite side of each other against these like long walls. And there's a handful of lizard folk here that kind of stand up into attention as you walk in and kind of move their weapons and stuff. There's 5 lizard folk in here. They have various kind of armaments, nothing really heavy. They do have some spears, a couple, like 1 or 2 of nice shields and stuff. This is probably the lookout guard. This is the first guys that are going to come out. They're the alert, they're the guard. Vatals speaks with them for a few moments. They kind of bark a little bit and things like that. Vatals kind of has to get their attention. They're distracted by you. You know, you're in the house and there's people walking around.
Yeah.
But they seem jovial and they understand what's going on. They take your stuff, they put it down, they kind of point at you a little bit and point at your stuff.
Yes.
It's yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. Bad.
And just a heads up about that.
You little spray bottle.
You guys are going into a place where you don't speak the language. And
no, I was actually, at some point, we're following kind of like a...
That's fine. Yeah. I'm just letting you know that I'm going to pantomime a lot of stuff.
Sure, that's
so.
Yeah.
I may not help you.
But, if I can find, if they have one druid, if they got one druid in here, which they fucking might, if they have a druid there, I can communicate with him.
All right. So, in this small room, there is the entrance you came through, and another entrance that goes out off farther to the right. That's bigger. However, the moment you go in there and you set your stuff down, Vatals kind of motions for you guys to join him at the entrance one more time.
Okay.
As you do, he's going to basically just say, "You are come to the home of Okothen."
Okothen. That's the
queen. Chiefess.
Please.
Chieftainess.
You are kind.
Of course. Chief, please.
Stay
respectful.
Stay together. Stay with me.
Okay.
All right.
Do not... He looks at the other guards and he kind of barks and magic. Do not magic.
No spells.
Okay.
And please, Okothent is speak much better.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
And he just turns and starts to walk.
Start walking over.
So you guys go down this tube, basically. It's a carved tube. It's a big round tube with a flat bottom. Think of like an archway that's curved in. As you go in, it kind of slightly goes down, you're noticing, but not sharply. Mm-hmm. So you are going away from the ocean now. You are heading perpendicular to the ocean. So that slight tip is off to your right. To the right would be more inland, to the left would be more seaward. So even right here, as you're going down and you start to make a right into the next hallway that Vatals is leading you down, you can perceptibly notice that the floor is going down a little bit in this area. So the potential for this to fill up with water at times is probably pretty good. Just a heads up.
Does the walls look like they have watermarks on them?
No. It doesn't look like this floods, if that's your question, and it doesn't look like there are...
It was shale, right?
Shale, yeah. But it is porous. Right? Shale's porous.
Yeah, so we're going to fill it with lava instead.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So Vatals does kind of rapidly move. You guys are doing your best to stick with him?
Yep.
So you stay together, you stick with him. There are some openings on the right and the left, sometimes in both ways. As you do travel through, you notice that this hallway, straight all the way to where you're headed, is completely clear of lizard folk. But every crossway, about 10, 15 feet in, there are 3 or 4 people every single time. There are lizard folk of varying ages, of varying dress, varying stuff in their hands. Some look like they might have been working. Everyone is looking at you. No one is saying anything. There is chatter. You do hear people talking. Like
sure.
That.
This is probably a rare occurrence for them.
Insights all around. Let's see what you get out of this short walk.
18.
18.
17.
16.
That's right about the same edge. Yeah. So you're getting what I would say is kind of a surprising mix of curiosity and almost intrigue. Like, no one is really afraid that you're here. You're not getting this, like, oh my god, no one's like, when they see you or anything like that. It's more of like a...
They could tear us apart and eat us right now.
Yeah, or not even like, like you see bugs in the house, you're not like, oh, I'm going to die from that, but you're like, that's not supposed to be here.
Right.
You're not even getting that.
Okay.
You're kind of experiencing an indifference other than curiosity. As you do.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. So at not the end, but as you go down these little things, this hallway turns, and then on the right, immediately as you make that turn, is a larger opening, flanked on both sides by lizard folk. Farther down this hallway is a mass of lizard folk. None of these lizard folk are armed or anything like that. Some of them are carrying children. Some of them have on like head coverings and things like that. These look like this is where the main gathering of the lizard folk is to come and see what you're doing. And as you go through here and make a right, Vatalis talks to the guards for a few seconds, and then you walk into what is a large pillared room. This is the largest room that you've been in yet. It is carved square, and this room has corners. This looks like it's been made more square than the other rooms. It just has this one entrance. There are 6 columns, 3 on either side, that are also natural, so they're not like carved to look like. It's more like they carved this square shape, and then as they hollowed it out, kind of left these chunks in. So they're not squared, they're kind of broken up columns that go up like that.
Hewn actual pillars.
So 2 sets of 3 pillars flank a central area where 2 lizard folk hatchlings are playing. At the far end of the room, a wooden throne stands on a low stone dais. Dais?
Either one.
Carvings everywhere in the squares, everywhere in the square, and even in some of the hewn and things like that, just reptiles, snakes, lizards, crocodiles, all sorts of stuff up in there. There's inset gems. The eyes of things are green and gold and yellow and glinting and things like that. And then the heads of several creatures are also up on the walls. Big alligators, owls, skulls. One more nature. Oh no, actually history. History. We have a druid in the group.
You also have an archaeologist.
Yeah, archaeologist. That's right.
I was gonna say, is this the typical lizardman?
Yes. I don't know. Do you?
We got 12.
They might have to be older than 100 years.
But you know civilizations and stuff.
You're an archaeologist?
Yeah.
Did we already talk about how much? I mean, what was your study in or anything like that? Would you have any kind of knowledge of
lizard? So, when you enter a ruin or dungeon, you can correctly ascertain the original purpose, determine its builders, whether these were dwarves, elves, human, Yuan-ti, or other.
Roll that too, then. I can give you an answer to that. What were you asking? Sorry.
I asked.
No, you didn't ask anything. What did you roll?
I rolled a 12.
12. Okay, so history is you roll that 12. You are noticing that these are trophies, but their arrangement seems to be ceremonial. So these aren't hunting kills. These are more like tributaries. Like, we got power from the owl. We get power from the lizard.
Totems.
Yeah, totems. There we go.
Yeah.
These are more like totems. Yes. Roll your archaeology.
It just happens.
It just happens. Yeah. Yes. This looks like it's been carved by lizardmen. Okay. It also looks like it's been carved quite a while ago. So even though this is a new development that these lizard folk are here, this is a lizard folk cave.
They've known about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a lizard folk cave.
They found a cave of their people.
Mm-hmm. In addition to
maybe they've always known about it.
So in addition to these 2 little lizard folk running around, there is a large female lizard folk sat on the throne. To her right is another lizard man standing. 3 lizard folk stand off to her left, but behind the dais, and another lizard folk stands on her left, but a little bit behind her. He's dressed more opulently. He has on kind of like a piece of fabric with some sort of like writing on it, has a staff. He has some piercings in his fins and things like that. And then on either side of the pillars are, in between each pillar is a lizard folk lizard man with a shield and a spear and with like hide armor on that looks like it's been made out of alligators and things like that. The lizard man that's standing next to Okothen on her right is not armed, but he is armored. He has a turtle shell pauldron, and he has alligator skin leathers on as well. Looks a bit older, maybe the same age as the lizard lady sitting in the throne. And then as you enter, that lizard man takes a step forward. Blah, blah, yes. And he barks for a second at Vathaus, and Vathaus barks back, and then takes a step off to the side and ushers basically to you.
Step forward.
And then does that. And then you guys step forward.
Take my hat off.
I do a flourishing bow.
I just do my best to look respectful.
Well met. Welcome to...
Sorry, is this the queen or the...
No, this is the man standing next to you.
Welcome to...
Oops.
3, actually.
Welcome to Thunder Dome.
Dome. 3 adventurers enter. 1 leaves. Fight.
Shit. Well, it's not going to be me who dies.
Welcome to Schiffer.
Schiffer?
I am Ertos, the Claw of Othokent.
Oh.
Her breath. Her will.
Her breath, her wit?
Her breath, her will. And then he says something in Draconic, and the three off the dice and the one next to Othokent say Othokent. He hits the stab, and they say Othokent again.
I think he just said he was her brother, Will.
Othokent.
Glad one of you got that.
I'm sorry. Othokent is happy you are here and wishes to speak with you if you wish the same.
We do. We would be honored to speak to her.
Then he takes a step back, and she stands as well. Again, well met.
Well met.
It is interesting to see men here as a delegation and not a warband.
I imagine so. Like I look at you, I'm like giving you some. I'm about to say some druid shit, unless you know. Yes, well, I am here on not on behalf of man, but on behalf of nature. I'm of the druids, and I look to the old elderly guy
With the staff.
Which one?
The one with the staff.
the one with the staff and the piercing, and I'll say something in druid to him. I don't know if you'll understand it, but I'll just basically ask, like, we're here checking on the health of the region.
You say that to this one?
To the old, yeah, to that.
The old man with the staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a shaman, a druid, or something like that.
And speaking in Druidic.
Druidic, yeah. I just give a little quick, like, check the health of the land, and I just give that a little aside while still putting my focus on the queen here.
So you're speaking to him.
I give a little aside to him.
To see if he speaks Druidic.
Ertos speaks instead of this man, but he speaks to Vathaus. And Vathaus looks at you and says, please be kind to Othokent.
I look at Othokent. Of course.
So anyway,
We are here to find out what is going on in the region for the health of the coast, not for the people, and what's factions going on here.
Perhaps your customs are different from men I've met before. Are you here to speak with the shamans?
If you have a nature speaker, a druid, an elder wise man, I would like to make conference if such things were allowed.
They will not speak with you. They don't speak your tongue. Nor would they agree the words from your mouth. And I would not fault them for it.
Okay.
Vatos has not been allowed to explain your coming. What has brought you here?
I'll look to the captain about that.
What are you looking for?
The other D10.
We probably should have led with the weapons.
Probably should have led with weapons. Probably shouldn't have walked in, been greeted by the queen, and then asked somebody else in the room a question.
Addressed her, but then shoot a lab a lot.
I don't know,
Back to the.
he spoke in a language that only druids would understand.
But he addressed it to somebody
Yeah, I
else.
get
Like
that,
you're in the
yeah.
presence of the queen and her.
But did he react? Or probably, if he did react, it probably been like, don't talk to me.
So the only reaction you saw, the retainer reacted.
Yeah,
the retainer
yeah.
told basically your handler, watch your guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Every court I go in, spears at my neck. It's bullshit.
Can I get a topo code?
Yeah. Get him one.
These baubles? Mm-hmm. Yeah, take the one that keeps blocking the door from closing. What are these? That's a Pellegrino.
They're just soda water. They're just Mexican.
40.
Mineral water.
Yeah. Oh, it was fucking vodka. I walked in, I'm like, party night, let's go.
Chico means little boy. I don't mean topo means.
But yeah,
I don't want one of those.
Oh, I thought you both wanted. Well,
No, I'll probably take one in a little bit.
does anyone else need anything then? While I'm here. Okay.
I do like that Oliver asked us if we need anything, though.
I have to stay in character, otherwise I turn into a Vidak.
It's a very infectious accent.
It
Isn't
so is. All right. Cool.
Our reason for being here is much as my sidereal companion is trying to get across, is the coast seems to be in a state of flux, and we're just trying to see if we can stabilize it, help in any way possible the peoples here get along and the coast to prosper.
If you are here to help people, why have you come to the lizard folk?
Well, it was kind of happenstance that we appear in front of you today, as we had quarrel with the man you were doing business with for weapons. We have fulfilled his contract on behalf of the people, but he is no longer going to be doing business with you.
She looks at Ertos and they bark for a second. I guess I don't have to say bark. They speak in Draconic for a few seconds, and Ertos says, "Where are the weapons?"
Did we not bring them? Did they?
The lizard folk, they have them on the boat.
have
You want to say that you brought them?
Yeah, that's
okay.
because we wanted to keep them with, bring them
So
with
then
us.
Vatos will say, they're in the guardhouse. Everything's. They'll talk for a few moments, and Kent will say, it seems you have brought the previous helper's equipment here, and I thank you for that.
It seems like you might needed them. We were raided by merfolk along the way. By your drop-off point, no less.
And she says something to Ertos again. Ertos looks a little upset by that. You were attacked. Merfolk.
Merfolk attacked us just within sight of your drop-off point.
He barks something else into the room, and you see one of the interior guard by the pillar leave the room, as well as one of the exterior guard by the door have left for some reason. They leave. I cannot speak for the merfolk, although one of their members is here.
Oh.
Many of the sea races are here now as well.
Oh, you are gathering here for
moot.
protection?
We are, yes. We are preparing.
Because of all the humans coming in around the coast, no doubt.
No, humans have been here almost as long as us. They have not always been in problem and are not now.
So, what is the problem? Who are you protecting against?
The original enemies of this area have returned almost at the same time as us.
The Sahagin.
Yes, the Sahagin.
The Sahagin.
Sahagin. The mindless beasts. And at her saying Sahagin one more time, these moan and chant something in Draconic. The word Sahagin has upset these guys.
Where are the Sahagin located?
They are gathering the waters near here. And it would appear they are building quite a force. An army. For what? We can't be sure, but this sort of... I apologize, Sahagin can mean many things to me.
Do you mean the worshippers of Sakola, the shark god?
She talks to Urtus. The shark god. They don't seem to know what that means.
Okay.
They talk for a second. I'll think kind of tries to get across. This does not mean just anybody. She's trying to get across. This is the Sahagin.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get.
Yeah.
We're talking actual Sahagin.
Yeah. So through pantomime and through discussion like that and three-way talking, even though Otho Kent speaks common enough, that's what she's trying to get across. Is that you might know Sahagin by multiple name, especially if you've been talking to lizard folk. But the reason they call everything Sahagin is because of the Sahagin. They've always thought the Sahagin. Yeah. That turns out being what it is now. And we have gathered the water races to fight back.
Would you fight alongside of humans? If Saltmarsh were to send up a force to aid you taking out the Sahagin?
Well, maybe we should hear this Sahagin side of the story.
Yeah, probably.
They are a threat to all. They bring the ocean to land and upset the elemental balances of the world. They are an ancient enemy to more than just our fine hosts here.
When you pose that option to Othel Kent, she stands up and kind of walks around the room, not like in a threatening way, more like, and she's doing something that you think looks almost human, where she's kind of scratching the neck and thinking, do you think human would fight with us? Vathaus says he will not go to Saltmarsh. They will not have him.
Yes, that is true. But we are here, like I said, for all of the peoples, and if the Sahagin are gathering an army, that threatens humans too. And we can bring this information back to Saltmarsh and see if they'd be willing to send up a force to help fight them back. I'm not saying that they would agree. Humans can be stubborn. But is that something you would even want? Would you want their help if they offered it?
It is a foolish being that says no to help. But it has been my and our experience that the humans have a quiet face. Mm-hmm. That you will...
I'm a gambler right now.
This is not the term And then she says something to Ertos, and Ertos and her talk for a second, which causes some anger from these four. And they start to shout and things, and Ertos and these four talk. And the other gentleman, the other lizard folk that was standing on the left of Otho Kent, silences those three and shouts at Ertos, at which point Otho Kent puts her hand up. Sarim, I must apologize for. He does not think humans will help.
The history...
Ertos thinks you will. I love it. I believe them both. Because humans help themselves, and both of these things will help you. Not helping us will spare yours. Helping us will help you, as will taking Schaefer from us.
Well, it's taking what from us?
They keep calling this place Schaefer.
Yes. Yes.
Taking Schaefer will help you too.
You are not wrong in this
Perhaps the canal. And she says something to Ertos. Ertos immediately agrees, and these begin to yell again. The one she calls Sariv doesn't quiet them this time, and instead adds to the arguments. Otho Kent lets the groups argue in Draconic for a bit before saying some more, talking to them in Draconic as well, and then really kind of being upset with the staff guy and his staff. His staff. His attendants, not his staff.
Yeah.
You will prove. We will need your help with your strength and your resolve. You will prove the quiet part of your voice by helping in here. You will prove the strength of your voice out there. You have this day in Schaefer to turn our minds. You are accepted.
Thank you, Cleonatus.
My apologies, Your Highness, Eminence. I am...
She walks away while you're talking, but Ertos does step in front and says, please continue.
You say the sea civilizations, the sea races are gathering here. May I ask, have you inquired about the sea elves? Are they sending out?
The sea elves do not wish to speak with us.
Okay.
Otto Kent is wise and has picked Koalinth.
Has picked Koalinth. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that term.
Koalinth is Sahagin, tall, green. He tries to point at like arm and leg. He keeps saying green. He tries to show you like a green man. Green man.
Wait, he said Otho Kent has picked that?
Otho Kent has picked Koalinth.
Koalinth.
Pretty sure.
Picked cool. I don't understand.
To do what?
You said, have they inquired about the sea elves?
Yeah.
And then he said, sea elves won't talk to us. Otho Kent has picked Koalinth. You asked what Koalinth were. He describes a green man.
Green
calls
man.
him a Sahagin.
Who calls himself a Sahagin?
No, he calls them like a Sahagin. Like an enemy.
Oh, I
like
see.
a mean
Are
green
you
man.
saying the sea elves are in cahoots with the Sahagin?
Who care or know what sea elves think.
typically.
They seem to be the enemy of them. They see the sea elves as enemies.
You have today to walk in Schaefer as lizard. That house may not help.
After this day, would it be possible for one of your scouts to take us to where the Sahagin are gathering, so that we can see the fortifications they're building ourselves, or the force?
After this day, there is another. Today is the silence in your face. Tomorrow is the strength in your voice. That part sounds like he's trying to repeat by rote what Othokin says, but doesn't know what that. He doesn't know what that means.
Give supporting nods. We good.
But he will repeat again that that house is not to help you. If you inquire as to why the people must make their own judgment, that house has made his judgment. You have worked with that house. You have today to tell the lizard folk that you're here to help.
I know the perfect medium to do it.
With a song!
I need to have a talk with the wise men and elders, but I don't know if that's anything you want to stand around for if you have other avenues, if you only have the day's time.
I need to write a letter.
So you are in the throne room. The moment Othokent leaves, the one that they called Sariv and his 3 attendants leave as well with her.
Okay.
Urtos did stay behind. Vathouse left through the front with Ella, and the guards kind of remained where they were. The 2 that left are off doing whatever it is that they were doing. But the other guards that were here standing at attention don't seem to go anywhere. This room is always guarded like that.
Okay. Can you give us some clarifying on Sariv? Do they just look like an advisor? Do they look like a warrior? We can't... Clergy.
It's cloth. It's robes with writing on it and a staff.
Oh, it's the guy I tried to talk to in Juliet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
He had some fin piercings. She said that
they were shamans.
Shaman, yes, and that they wouldn't speak with you because they don't speak your language, and they wouldn't care to hear your words anyway.
So he's not a druid.
Yeah. Remember that the things you know right now is that
They're totemic.
Urtos thinks you're here to help. In fact, he's standing right here telling you that you have your chance right now.
Yeah.
And then Vathouse thinks you can help too. Ella, Vathouse, and Orthrank have all seen you work. You've fulfilled your part of the contract. As far as they're concerned, you have done what you're supposed to do. Othokent is holding judgment. You've got to prove that you can turn the minds of the lizard folk, and you've got to prove that you can hold your own in a fight. Because you've already turned Vathouse's mind, she won't believe him.
Today is silent faces, so this is the talking and bullshitting day.
Yep.
And tomorrow, okay.
This is proving that we.
Oh, this is
nice.
cool, man. All right. Well, if I have to try to talk to the elders, even if they won't have me. Maybe they'll make an exception for like this special day that the queen just demanded to happen. I don't know.
Did Sariv leave?
Sariv left right with Oleg.
Yeah, so I'm not going to chase her down. I'm going to try to ask,
See if we can find him.
Hungry?
No, I think I'm good for right now.
No, we just ate quite a bit of merfolk.
You ate the merfolk.
We did not eat the merfolk.
I have.
The Taos did.
The Taos did, yes. Although, if breaking bread, that might be a good time to share thoughts and minds with things.
Is there a place that we can go and talk?
Please. So, Urtos will lead you back out of the room off to the left, and as you go, the 2 little lizard folk babies, the children that were there, are with you now. They are running around between your legs and stuff. They're giggling. They're pulling at your clothes and things like that. Pulling at your capes and poking at your shoes and things. I've never seen you before. As you walk, the lizard folk are there, but they're quite a bit farther away now. They're not all gathered up. You do hear normal chatter and things like that, but now when you see the people that are kind of looking at you, they're not like They're kind of like, oh. And they go back to what they're doing. Now you're getting this feeling that, like, you are accepted, you're an oddity in here, but no one's giving you
it's
that
like,
curious...
Well, I'm not going to be the one to talk to them.
Yeah. They're not coming up to you, that kind of thing. So they takes you first off to the left, and you smell immediately before you see it. After I said it's easy. This kind of warm air wafting through the doorway, and at one end of this room is a large fire pit in which there's like a bed of coals is burning, and over it are multiple half-cooked skin animal carcasses impaled on spits. They're being turned by 4 unarmed lizard folk. Some of them are wearing the head wrappings you were seeing and stuff, kind of the common folk sort of thing. There's a 5th worker that's basting them with some sort of liquid he's spinning out of a button. In the center of the room, there's a long wooden table cluttered with assortment of knives and raw meat and pieces of bone and junk like that. And on the floor underneath the table, there's some uncured hides and like leftover junk, wooden buckets, offal is in there, that kind of stuff. When you come in here, the kids run underneath the table and immediately knock one of those little shitty buckets over full of the blood and stuff. And against the back wall, there are some large wooden cabinets, and it's got clay pots and bowls and basins and stuff. And as soon as that bucket hits, the guy basting kind of goes and runs over to the other shelf and gets like a bucket of water out and some cloth and starts putting it up there. And one of the rotating guys kind of shoves the kids away from underneath the table. Okay. But they don't leave or go and do what they're supposed to. They just kind of run back and are underneath you. And Urtos brings you the rest of the way through that room and into what looks more like a common area. Like this would be like an eating space that's in between where like the stores and the kitchen are. This is not a dining area. These are lizard folk. You just kind of come in and get and tear and eat and stuff like that. Right. They probably do have common areas to eat, like in their rooms and things like that, but they don't share a meal. This is not a common thing for them. So he's basically offering you food from these tables. Yeah. Right. But this is something that you require. If you don't, then we can talk.
Oh, sure, yes.
Someplace smaller or closer.
If I see those, yeah.
Just have them take us to a...
Okay, sure. So he leads you through what looks like, stores. You head down another place here through barracks. Let me just find where his room is.
If I see these kids again, I'm going to get some...
They stay with you. The kids seem to follow you along as you go from kind of room to room. What's his name? Urtos is his room. Urtos kind of takes you back through near the sorry.
If you're looking down at the kids and looks like you're about to do something, I go, no magic.
I was in front of the queen.
Maybe we should just refrain.
You have no hearts, no jovialness.
Yeah, don't, and I will talk too much too. If you need to cut me off, please cut me off. Yeah, if you want to do something. Anyway, Urtos will lead you to kind of like a larger...
I know, I'm most disappointed in you.
A larger room, but this like a single bed is set against this wall here, the east wall. There's a small wooden bookcase containing 5 books against the south wall, and beside it is an old leather chair. Against the west wall of the room is an iron chest with a closed padlock, and on top of the lid rests some gloves, and next to that is a wardrobe that's partially open, but it appears to be empty. This looks like it's trade goods from different areas and stuff like that. Things that would almost be like too big to like trade all the way out here. Mm-hmm. It's kind of neat. This would be, kind of hard to get. And when you walk in, Urtos kind of like motions at it, like, oh, look, these are my human things.
Behold.
Yeah, are you comfortable in here? Is work here?
This is good.
Yeah, so there's like one chair, he offers it. The bed can sit the other 2 of you, and like he kind of... he's like offering seats, yeah. And he sits as well.
You're welcome.
This is rare to see humans and talk.
You might not be familiar, but I am not human. I am Tabaxi. Tabaxi.
But he lives within the human tribes. Yeah.
And
a monk.
Your ways are the same.
I've made my way in human society, yes.
This is tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day.
Oh.
We grow stronger together.
How can I help? Can I do some fishing for you?
Just ask lizard folk if you could fish for him. The people need our help.
Mm-hmm.
The shaman do not want it.
The shaman, you're a wise man, do not want the help. You must have a long history with peoples, with the humans.
What do you see when you see me?
Well, I see something different, and I see you as a natural part of the world.
You, man.
Man sees whatever it is that helps them the most. I'll get you in that way.
We see me.
That checks out.
Meat.
It's
meat.
It can change. We ride toads. You ride
Horses.
Horse.
Horses, yes.
We trade with length. You trade with elf.
Typically, in history, I was actually hoping to speak with the wise men about perhaps looking to the elves as my furry friend here brought up. Typically, because of human ways and lizard folk ways are so different, it's usually the elves, the sea elves, that help go between. But it does not seem like your people care much for the sea elves out here.
Wise man.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Yes.
The shaman's memory is past to yesterday. Humans have been unkind a long time.
They often are. And sometimes it is my duty to fight the humans myself.
Their purpose is to look back.
But in looking back, usually, often, many times, the elves go between human, lizard folk, work out a good deal for everyone.
Forget elf. It can start here.
Well, that is the ideal.
The memory of human, not same as elf. The shaman will not speak to you, but I can make them listen.
I thought you cannot help.
No, Vartos cannot help.
No.
Vatos.
I thought Ertos couldn't help. Right.
No, this is what's his face?
Ertos does. He just
Wait. This isn't Ertos.
This is Ertos.
Okay.
He's telling you. He told you Vatos can't help.
Yeah, Vatos
You've already
can
turned
help.
Vatos' mind.
Yeah.
You have to do this on your own.
I see.
But then he offered you dinner and you asked him if there's some place you could talk. Now you're talking to Ertos.
Yep.
He didn't fight you on this.
So
he's telling you now that the shamans won't talk to you. You're not going to have any kind of conversation with them.
But he can talk to the shaman.
He can make them hear you.
Oh.
It has a cost.
I'm sure.
What kind of cost?
I am not a shaman.
I think we just win them over with our actions. They don't trust us already.
I'm
The
not sure.
shamans.
It's not. Yeah, if they are already feeling this way, and the elves, it seems that they have some sort of animosity with the the sea elves, which is strange. So that's really what I wanted to speak about anyway. Why that out of
Did Ruby tell you guys to watch your wallet?
Yeah, for the kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because they're running around it.
I thought you just meant when you got to the lizard folk lair. I was like,
No, it's these playful kids running between our legs and stuff. The thing is that it's not like I can just vouch for the people of Saltmarsh. I don't know what they're doing.
Nope.
I don't think any of us
I'm
are
going
really
to send-
qualified to speak on behalf.
I'm going to send a letter. I think we're going to be here for a while. So I'm going to draft a letter and send the Heart of the Sea back to Saltmarsh to deliver it.
I think all we can do is be here to not represent necessarily the people of Saltmarsh, but simply ourselves.
you have today.
I know.
This isn't like you're going to be here. You're not setting up camp here to be emissaries. No, you have today to delegate. And you're burning time with Ertos here.
But so only convincing the shamans, or can we talk to the people too?
You can turn the minds of the people. You're just picking Ertos's mind at the moment. You have Ertos. I mean, you ask Ertos these questions. Sorry, you don't ask the GM the question. I mean, if you ask Ertos that,
Yeah, I just thought that's what I thought was the original basis.
do you want me to kind of give you a rundown of what it is you're?
No, we're just
No,
trying
no,
to,
okay.
we're really just trying to think about our perspectives here.
for sure.
Because,
Well, then ask away. Sorry.
It was just me confirming what I thought was already the case.
Yeah, and so I was originally going on this angle when I first spoke to that guy in Druid. It's like, yeah, you know what? Don't trust the humans. Use the elves instead. But it seems like they have some kind of problem with the elves. So
You have a good angle. The shamans are against help from the humans. You have someone who's willing to take you to the shamans right now and at least let them hear your side of the story.
which I still might want to do.
That's an option.
But
You
I'm
have
trying
a-
to think well, gosh, I got to make sure it's I'm not going to try. I need to think about what it is I need to convince them of, because it's certainly I don't feel comfortable saying oh no, totally trust Saltmarsh.
Yeah,
That's
no.
fine.
So
Absolutely not.
We
Trust
can,
us.
We can do this in multiple ways too. You can try to come up with ways to tell me, I want to try to tell them this angle, that sort of stuff. Or you can spend some time. We can have some roles trying to convince this stuff.
Right
like
now,
that,
we're
too.
talking amongst ourselves, trying to figure out what it
I
is
like
we want to do.
That's a cool plan. I like that plan so far. So I like that idea. You've got some kids running around at your feet. You have Ertos is kind of your guide at the moment, which is nice because you lost Vataus. So it's nice to have Ertos here.
I'm going to give a little look to Ertos and say I'm going to do a little bit of magic right now.
Are you going to tell Ertos that you are doing
Ertos
magic?
before I just do it? Yeah.
He puts his hand up.
Okay. Fair enough. Yay, you were right. Mm-hmm. Still a shit name.
I pull out a copper piece. And I
He's kind of looking at he's
I put it here on my thumb and I hold it down so the kids can see it. And then I walk it across my hand.
performing.
Sleight of hand.
Oh, it's not even.
Yeah, fuck it up. Oh, okay.
17.
You got their attention. They like it.
And it's
Okay.
can I just run it back and
Is it a
forth?
shiny copper? Or is it a?
It's a shiny copper.
Okay, then yeah, they're in there.
And then
They're loving it.
and then I give it to one of them.
Okay. So this would be, and I don't know if you guys know anything about kids, but I'll just tell you something about kids.
Yeah.
That the moment you give it to them, so you're a swashbuckler, you should know this. As soon as you give it to one of them, they don't run off with it. They share it a little bit. They give it back and forth and stuff, and they run around, but they stay with you. They don't let go of it though. He's got it now. It's his.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But it's interesting.
But it doesn't seem like they fight over it or one's jealous of the other.
They share it a little bit and they play with it. It's a toy. They don't know what it is, but they don't. What's interesting about that, at least for me, is they don't run off with it.
Yeah.
Which would be a normal thing. Like when you give a kid something like that, a lot of times you lose them for a minute while they go look at their treasure. So it's fun. So they've shared it. They're comfortable with you. It's weird.
All right. I'm going to sit down and start writing a letter.
Okay.
To Fireborn.
Did you get paper and stuff like that?
Yeah, it was on the
Fireborn.
It was on the boat.
If you don't mind, Captain,
your toast
I might take my
will
leave and take a look around.
Your toast will immediately want to know what that is. He's curious and what are you doing in writing?
I am.
He knows what writing is.
Yeah.
But, what are you writing? Why are you writing?
I'm
is
going
that
to-
for us? How is that going to help us? That kind of stuff.
I am writing to the captain of the guard at Saltmarsh to tell him of the situation up here and ask for his aid.
You are calling out tomorrow.
And I need to have this ready.
Days. Okay. He's basically telling you're not going anywhere today.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's trying to reiterate that today is here.
Yeah.
All right. So as long as that's exchanged, you can't send this letter till tomorrow. Okay. He's making sure that you know that you're not going anywhere. All right.
And I'm going to write two. I'm going to write one to Fireborn and one to Oceanus.
So then he likes that. He will probably.
But if he comes back, he said he wanted to get our information.
He will.
You're writing to Oceanus. What of?
Trying to think of how he would put this. Maybe you can wait for Kothent to scratch your paper.
Okay. That'll put their mark on it so they know it's from these folk.
Yeah, or that means just like, I want to read your mail you're sending out first, but
I don't think they can read this language.
So Irtos seems, as you talk about the letter and things like that, that seems to be what he's really interested in. It's like, how are you going to help with that? And he likes that. He seems interested. If you want to talk to him about communications and things like that and helping out, that he's down. He wants to do that. So he's enjoying the conversation.
what sort of thing are we going to be proving tomorrow? I'm thinking about the costs of talking to the elders. If this is a raid we are going to help you on, could I dedicate the whatever food or my shares of the spoils to the elders and promise? What sort of cost do we imagine here?
Are your tests known at birth?
Are my what?
Are your tests known at birth? Which scars are you born with your scars?
Am I born? No. Well, there are some that...
How can you know what tests you face and still call them tests?
I understand. Okay, but if this is a ritual sort of deal, then... really, what I'm asking is what sort of costs can we imagine might take to speak to these... for me to speak to these elders?
Oh, what is it going to cost to talk to the elders? Oh, they... I like that. Very good. They do not look outward much.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm thinking about food, maybe.
They are given food. They do not hunt.
Can I give food? Is that good payment?
What can you give that a hunter cannot give them?
Damn, too bad I left already.
If only the archaeologist was here.
Jasmine.
I don't know. I just wish to speak to them, so...
So he's offered to do that? He's told you he's not a shaman, he doesn't know what they want, but his suggestion is people give him food all day, every day.
Yeah.
They don't hunt, so they don't have to worry about that. Mm-hmm. So what can you give them that hunters can't give them? That's his suggestion. What could you provide them? What can you bribe them with that's not food?
A cat, man.
I never thought about the Tabaxi as like a bargaining chip. They've never seen it. That might be kind of fun to do. Yeah.
Well, apparently
it is now your bard.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You stay here now. This is where you live.
It is called a music box. Sing music box.
I can share the information of the tides in the next coming months around this coastline to help organize where, in their wisdom, we send their raids to the Sahara.
You're suggesting to Urtos that you could give him like tide books, almanacs,
or the information,
Urtos is not. He'll reiterate that he's not a shaman. He can't tell you if that's going to work or not. But there you go. Yeah, you have almanacs.
There's an offer.
Almanacs are intelligence. That sounds something good. Hunters might not be able to give them seafaring almanacs. Yeah.
Mm. Knowing the tides is good for an island faring or coastal faring people.
Well, if this place floods pretty...
They probably already know.
Do you show Urtos what you're going to show them?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. He will kind of be a little... Memories.
Memories. I also have many stories of my people in the moods.
They have a long memory.
Ah, so they are already rich in these sort of things.
No, like this. You have their currency. You have memories.
Excellent.
Books. Yeah. This. Yeah.
That is
He's
the,
like. Mhm.
that is the information that I trade with.
He's like, I don't know. What would you give him? You're like books. He's like, oh, I mean, duh. Yeah, books. Yeah. It sounds good.
Have we seen that they have any written language? Do they have written language?
In
The
you're
shaman
in
had that
your.
writing on it.
Sarif had writing on his chest, and you're in Ertos's room speaking with him. He had 5 books on the bookshelf right there.
Okay, but he doesn't speak. Can't read common.
I'm speaking in probably better common than he would actually speak in.
I said read.
You haven't really asked him, but
Well, yeah, like when he started writing.
yeah,
he was
asked
all,
what
what
is
are you
it?
doing?
Yeah, he doesn't read common. No.
Yeah.
But he has books here, so he does read, or he has books.
Right, but if we're going to
you're
give
not-
them
yeah, you're
books
not-
that they can't read,
you're
that's
not
not
sure.
really
The
anything.
shaman's gonna read,
Ask if I can look
know
at his
that?
books.
Yeah, you can look at his books.
read
They are written. What languages do you speak?
but he just
I speak Aquan, Druid, Common, and Elven.
Give me a wisdom check. Let's see if you know what language it is.
We already went over that, huh? Mm-hmm. That they don't speak Aquan.
they don't speak up.
Oh, I don't. That's right. That's how I was able to. I don't speak Elven. I was able to speak to the Sea Elf because we both speak Aquan. Common, Aquan, Druid.
That's fine. Give me a wisdom check. See if you recognize the language.
Oh, sorry.
I really feel like I should have more languages than I started off with.
Wisdom check? If it's a wisdom check, that'd be a 15.
15. This is Draconic. They're written in Draconic. The language they speak.
Yeah.
He seems to read that as well. And if you ask him, Ertos will explain to you. Yes, he reads and writes Draconic.
I guess if I mostly go around dwarves
He's there. He has trouble with the word. It doesn't mean anything. It's more of like a caste in their society, is the best you can come up with. But he's there. Oh no, he did. Vathaus told you that Ertos is the claw and will of Othokent. So he's the claw. He's the voice, the point that Othokent makes. That's Ertos. Ertos has to be able to read and to write, so that when trade comes, he's probably the one that wrote Sanbalay's contract that Vathaus had. Remember, they had 2 versions. They had one that they could read and one that the pirates
right.
could read. Ertos is probably the one that wrote that.
Huh. That's cool.
Here you are with the man himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, he's the brother Will.
How did you come up with that deal with those pirates anyway? Did they approach you or the other way around?
We needed help. They sail slow. He laughs. They were easy to catch and ask.
Ah. Same for us.
They're... Sorry, there's a lot of weird words in here. Their Shapab was small.
Shapabwases?
Shapab was small.
Was small.
The Shapab was small.
Shapab, their
Warrior spirit.
people in the house.
People in the house were small.
There was few people in the house.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I see.
Their Shapab, their people in the house.
Yes,
What is this word?
You're not
The
there.
people in your house.
Family.
Family. They are
Group.
hunt together, work together.
Band. Crew.
Their crew was small.
Interesting. So it sounds like they just like, no, you do this for us or we'll kill you.
No, it's
They
like,
did it.
we want to ask them some questions.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot. Like if we get up there and they say no, we can run away. It's not 40 or 50. It's not Saltmarsh. It's not a band of knights. It's
Right,
a boat with
yeah.
10 guys on it that shouldn't be out this far anyway, and they were easy to sneak up on because there's nobody on the boat.
Well, that's cool.
Those pirates lucked into it. All right, so you wander out of the throne room on your own.
Erthos room.
What would you like to do? You find yourself in a hallway with people kind of
So there wasn't like
right when you walk out, you can go right or left. Did you follow them to Ertos's room? Or
Yeah,
did you,
yeah,
he,
excuse me.
he was coming from.
So when you leave Ertos's room, it is the same thing. You did come down the hallway. Right when you made a right into Ertos's room, the last left you could have made was the entrance where you came in. So you came in, you made your right, you went down to the throne room. So right now you've walked past several things. You walk out of Ertos' room, you can make a right or a left. There's no signage anywhere. There's no writing on the walls, no carpet, there's no floor stones. There's nothing that would indicate any kind of like mapping or flooring system or anything like that. You kind of either need to know where you're going or you may randomly walk about. But the people that are going in and out of the tubes and walking about and stuff see you. They do make eye contact and they do kind of seem to be like, you notice they look up and down at you, but they're indifferent. Whatever Otho Kent has told everyone in here about you being accepted seems to be known by everyone. Everyone that walks past you has the same effect. They acknowledge you, they don't nod or talk or do anything, so you are free to walk about.
Every time I come past somebody, I'll smile and give a polite nod.
They don't, are you saying anything or are you just motioning?
Not that, I'm assuming that they won't know anything that I say, and so...
Doesn't matter, are you saying anything or not?
I'm explaining, no.
Okay, no. So as you nod and stuff, they will return your gestures. So, like, if you do that, they do that. If you do this, they don't have hats, but they kind of touch their heads, that sort of thing. They seem to copy what you're doing as a greeting.
The next one I pass, I'm going to look at and go...
He attempts the same idea.
But he doesn't have an ear.
They're lizard folk. They have kind of open holes, but he'll put his hand, kind of touches the side of his head.
Very polite people, I say to myself. I'm looking for a common area.
Do you want to ask for it or you just want to wander?
If I can't find it immediately, I'll try and see it.
Did you go left or right when you left the room? Just so I know which way you're headed.
Odds are right.
Okay, right.
No, left.
Left. All right, so you go left. Your first right is, the entrance. You see light pouring in. Your first left, as you walk by, is what appears to be a common area. You walk in, it is, there's several unarmed lizard folk here that are preparing what it looks like food. A feast is kind of being set up here. There's tables that have like stone utensils and things like that. It doesn't look like it's had a lot of use for eating, so it looks like a lot of what's happening is things are being taken off the table. Bows, shields, spears. This was just kind of like a serving area, like a staging area. It's really close to the entrance. People are putting things in here. It looks like it might be cleaned off because suddenly there are guests that do eat and meat and stuff like that. So this is probably being cleared off. You're a bard, but it looks like it's being cleared off for a party. Probably for tomorrow, because you guys have today to do this, that sort of thing. But there's several long wooden tables in here that are end to end. At the south end of the tables, there's a large wooden chair. There's smaller chairs on either side of it. Looks like there's enough for about 8 people to sit here. But the room is big enough for easily 20, 30 people to be in here. It'd be shoulder to shoulder. This is about the same size as the throne room, but there's no supporting columns, and it's not been squared off. There's not the intricate carvings in here. This is just a really big room where people could come in. The floor is kind of stained here and there with blood and things like that. Lizard folk eat in here sometimes. But yeah, it's there's several commoners, it looks like, milling about. They are taking stuff off the table and setting, what looks like wooden chop blocks in front of each of the, chairs, something that, probably food's going to go on, that sort of stuff. They're lighting candles and things.
Is there anybody that seems like they're in charge or maybe some kind of guard in the area?
Insight.
That's 14. 18.
There is one of them seems to be talking more than the rest, but isn't pointing or doing anything like that. As they mill about and stuff, the majority of the conversation is coming from one lizard lady in just all draconic.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I'll approach her slowly and kind of just give a little wave, just trying to get her attention.
She repeats and she kind of meets your gaze and remains.
This is a stretch, but do you speak common? Do you understand what I'm saying?
She looks around and says a couple things, blah, 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 and one of the others does say, I'm the tall.
If it's not her, do you know music?
That's music. I have no idea what it is.
And I pull out my... No, I have.
They said no weapons.
Do you have a lyre? Lyre? What is it called? Lyre? L-Y-R. Didn't we research it?
I have a lute.
Lute. Yeah.
I pull it out slowly and then give a little strum on it. Music.
You make that sound. They hum. They try to hit it and stuff.
Well, put it into a proper hold.
You have their attention. Yeah.
Play something slow.
Performance.
Natural 1.
No. Natural 15, which makes
Hey, nice.
It's going to be a lot.
20-something. 23.
23.
23. Words, no words?
Not yet.
No words. All right, the melody gets their attention. They sit around. While you're playing, they don't seem to have, like, etiquette. They kind of tap, they talk while you're performing and stuff like that. Other lizard folk kind of stop and look in, like, what the fuck is that? You know, but as soon as they see you and what it is, they kind of, oh, and then they walk off. They're interested, but they've got something to do. However, the ones that you have the attention of are listening. They're enjoying it. They, like I said, they're tapping. Some of them are kind of trying to make a beat and things like that. Some of them dance a little bit. They have some music in their soul. It seems like they're working. Yeah, they seem like they're in a pretty good mood. After a few moments of this, and you're not speaking or saying anything, they kind of get back to work, and they move along kind of happily. They're having a good time. And while it happens, one of the kids that's been with them pokes his head in for a second, and then runs back off. You got the attention of that too.
Well, stick up this for a little bit.
Yeah. So, all right, you guys, you still have Ertos' attention. You're writing right now.
Teaching like this is a chair. This is a silver.
Teach him comedy through the song.
Yeah, so you or off in the distance, you do hear the telltale sound of rapids playing off in the lizard folk den somewhere.
I can't throw this out. It's still. Oh, good. I thought he was going to be eaten by himself.
Unless that's one of the lizard folk playing.
You come in and you see them playing a lute.
One of them's playing a lute.
Your little claws of the toothpick.
I'm a fucking traveling cat. I know my way around new cultures.
Uncle Traveling Cat.
You realize all of a sudden one of those little kids comes running back into the room. You realize you left.
He's bewitching him!
He talks to the other one in Draconic and stuff like that, but yeah, they're just playing their little thing. They're tossing the coin back and forth. You guys are still in Ertos' bedroom. I mean, you guys can decide what you're going to do next. Or, sit here and talk with Ertos the whole time.
Yeah. Once I finish the letters and fold them all up
the letters
and
can take a few minutes,
I'll ask Ertos if there's anything I can do.
So, if you guys spend an hour or so with Ertos, and I'll say we'll spend your first hour or so, you're performing. Your first hour is speaking with Ertos. Your information has been on the shaman. You've realized that you do have currency they might enjoy, which is the memories. Through that broken Draconic, you figured that out. The books are probably the best thing you're going to have to change their minds. And in fact, Ertos is so much on board that he's presenting you one of his 5 books. And he's telling you that this book is like it's a story of sorts, but it's like an old fable of their kind. Sarib has read it, and he'll understand that it's from Ertos, that it's kind of like a token. It won't mean much, but it is Ertos's, like, $5. I got 5 on it kind of thing. Like, he's going to try to throw his $5 in. So,
well, thank you.
Yeah, it's something small. It's almost like a ribbon on top of your gift basket. It's just something small.
I shall remember this.
And then you were asking him, what were you trying to figure out? What can you do to help? Yeah, so, the people are scared is what you're going to get. A general understanding is that, this, this place is a lizard folk home, but they're new to it. They're still coming back to it. They're making it their home again, that sort of thing. The young are unfamiliar. They're a little wary, and the reason that they're trying to kind of, restation themselves here is to have this bastion that they can arm and defend and push back the Sahagin before it gets closer to land, closer to other areas that are owned by everybody. Like, they don't want them to come this way. But that being said, this is a little closer to human encampments and things like that than they want. So going out and wandering around in the sorry, I'm distracted by that too.
Yep.
Wandering around inside of the lizard folk den and putting your best foot forward, talking with them, showing them who you are and what you do and how you do it will just put their mind at ease. Show them your quiet side. That's all he can say is show them your quiet side. You can't talk to them.
Yeah. can I get my hand crossbow back? I can show them how I shoot. Or is that for tomorrow?
That almost sounds like a veiled threat.
No, I know, right? He gets what you're saying, and he appreciates your final mention before he even gets there. It's for tomorrow. It's for tomorrow.
So I don't think I can teach them how to play cards, but I can try.
Why not? Right? That sounds like fun.
If
You want to teach Ertos?
it's a day enough
Yeah.
for words.
I mean, you have Ertos. I will, as the GM, let you know that. I mean, Ertos is he's telling you that this is the future. Like working with you guys, he said that tomorrow after tomorrow, this is what we have to do. And he's upset the shamans only have memories. They don't have any forethought.
Right, yeah.
I don't know why I have to keep explaining everything to you guys like 5 or 6 times. I gotta stop you.
All right, no.
Let you make your own.
I'm going to pull out one of my regular decks of cards, and I'm going to show them how it works.
He seems to talk about it like math. He asks if it's like he draws some shapes, like on like some paper, like and then counts them like that and points, and it's like they're counting.
A little bit. It has. You can count them. I want to teach them just a simple game, like not poker or anything like that, almost like war. Like,
oh, okay. Well, yeah, he can pick up the patterns and stuff like that, and he'll ask you the purpose of it.
To pass the time. Also to pass money.
Oh, okay. So to pass time, so he'll all right. So he will open up his little bookshelf and read from his book for a moment to pass time.
Do you read to other people? Because this is a thing that many people can do to pass the time together.
Here, no, I am not the shaman. But outside, yes. I must read with others. I have not played math, though.
I'm going to refer to it as playing math from now on.
Playing math, I like it.
Okay. I'll just... do you think some other of your folk would want to play math?
The others want to see humans.
Well, I've done this. I've played many maths on ships before. I can't promise I'm any good at it.
I can come with you.
I just realized there's probably going to be a contingency of this, or a group of this population that's going to think Tabaxi are humans.
Yeah.
So
Just another variety of humans.
Ertos will continue. I can come with you to speak, but Otho Kent will know my help.
Oh, this is... Well, this is Ertos. He's allowed to help us. This is not...
Yeah.
He's telling you, but never mind. Yeah. I can help, but Otto Kent will know.
That you've helped us. What exactly is he helping us with right now?
He's talking, I think, still talking about you going to talk to the shamans.
No. He was saying, I can go with you to help you speak to the other lizard folk. Otto Kent will know I did it.
This is bad.
It is not human help.
Right.
Speaking to the shaman is my decision to help human. But me helping lizard folk is me helping lizard folk. Not human helping lizard folk. Understand. Sorry, I'm trying not to sound stupid when I do this.
I know, yeah. Lost in translation is difficult.
Right, lost in translation is hard to role play.
Yeah.
It's.
And you could also give insight
I think
checks.
I'm going ahead to
Yeah, give me an insight. Yeah, give me an insight check. Yeah, because this is a good question. I can tell you exactly.
16 plus 4. That's at least a 20.
20. Okay, cool. What he's telling you is that he can help you. That's okay. He's already been helping you. He's trying to let you know that the more he helps you, the more Otho Kent is going to know that he's the one helping you. You're not supposed to walk around in here and let Otho Kent's not sending you around with Ertos to help everybody.
Right. Oh.
She wants to see what you're going to do if you walk around in here.
I see.
If you choose to take Ertos with you, that's how you help. You chose to take a translator with you and go around and help everybody.
Yeah.
It's not bad. He's just telling you, if you take him with you to translate, that Otho Kent's gonna know that. No secrets that are to Otho Kent.
Yeah.
Everything that happens in here with him Otho Kent's gonna know that. So if he helps you do this, he's offering to do that. But Otho Kent's gonna know. You have to decide if you want him to help you turn the people's minds or not. Now, in that, he was trying to reiterate that helping you bribe the shamans is not him helping dissuade the lizard folk minds.
Yeah.
He's just they don't speak your words.
Right.
So he's offering to at least put your foot in the door with the shamans because they're harder.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's between Ertos and Otho Kent. Yeah, even if she knows, then it's like, honestly, I think that's like yeah, this is how we help, because we share skill sets, and I don't know.
I will say that too. He is kind of hinting you away from it. That's why he's saying Otho Kent will know. The more you do on your own,
there would be a reason why he would say such a thing. What does he say that in reaction to? We talked about a bunch of things.
No, nothing. He's asked. Okay. Yeah, he said, "Do you think other people would like to know this?" And he's like, "Yeah, absolutely." And he said, "How can I help? You need to turn the minds of the people. I'll go with you. I'll speak for you. But the more that I help, the more Otho Kent will know that I helped." So the reason he's telling you that is that that's not really the point of me helping you. If that is the way, and then I said as a GM, if you choose to take Ertos with you, Otho Kent will accept that method. She didn't tell you how to do this.
Yeah.
But you will just know that the way that you chose to help was to find a lizard folk that spoke Common and take him with you.
Noted.
And it sounds like Ertos is telling you, kind of, I'll do that, but you really shouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, I can't really talk to the elders without the translator.
Neither can Rapidin. He's already out there doing it.
Elders. He's not talking about
elders. Yeah, sorry. So, what do you guys want to do next?
I'm just going to wander around now, I think.
Right.
See if
it's the same idea. You can follow the music. You can wander about. You can look for something specific. Is there something you want to try to find? Do you want to try to flag people down? How do you want to go about this? You're in somebody else's town right now.
Yeah, like I don't have very many skills that I can just help people with, right? Like, I'm a gambler, and these people don't speak my language, understand card games, or have money value, really. So, like, I used to work in an inn, so I can go help cook the meat, but I don't think that's necessary.
Well, I can help you with that, which I think would be prudent. There's a lot of people here. They're raising a community. There's hunters out there. I think I should spend most of the day hunting and...
Not allowed to leave.
Not allowed to leave. Fuck.
You could go to the stores, though, offer to hunt.
I'll do that. Yeah.
So is that what you guys want to go to the kitchens and offer services that way?
I'm doing.
No, I'm not going to go hunt.
Yeah.
So you're offering to go hunting. So you're going. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you guys splitting up, or are you going together?
I don't think you're coming along the hunt.
So as you leave Ertos' room to split up, the kids seem torn. They don't want to split up. They're going to go together, and they don't know which one of you to go with.
I followed them their copper piece.
They follow you.
Yeah, I would say, I don't know if we bring the kids out to the hunt.
So you wander off into back where you were, back to where the kitchens were. And those same guys are there that are turning the spits and stuff, and one of them is also still basting. It's just now the carcasses have changed. Some of them are in various degrees and things like that. Mm-hmm. You walk in, they all kind of look at you again and go back to what they're doing.
Right, how do I convey to them I want to hunt?
I just want to say at some point I'd start trying to add in like little nursery rhymes.
But we'll get to you in a minute.
What am I going to do? It's like, does anyone speak common here?
You can always try that, right? You can certainly try.
Yeah, I mean, I get out a loose sheet of paper, and I will start getting some of my charcoal and my own shit, and start drawing just like my usual pictographs of hunting and stuff like that, and say, does anyone know my words? I wish to do this with you.
What would he use for his drawing? And you're conveying and stuff. Is that performance or survival nature? What is your druid? You're basically doing paint
persuasion.
Your persuasion, I guess. What's better for you? Nature, persuasion.
I guess I'm making performance.
What's better, persuasion or performance for you?
I think they're the same. I'm not a charismatic guy.
Let's just keep happening.
And I'm trying to think of what your art would be, because you're basically drawing and pointing and stuff.
That's performance.
I would be, unless you want to put it to where I would use like universal symbology of like the things that people who survive. Oh, I know what this would depict. And in that case, survival. Which would be a huge better role for me. But I think this is more a performance, I guess.
Give me...
Or persuasion.
I'll tell you what, give me a wisdom check real quick.
A wisdom check. That's a natural one, but we don't want that.
Just so you can go hunt.
That's how you speak to people, man. Wisdom check, that's a 14.
Why don't you try some of the carvings you saw in the throne room?
You saw representations of their pictographs.
Yeah, there's been some things. I'm sure they have hunting. Yeah. I would think of that because I rolled a 14, and I start. So I initially start doing that, and I'm like,
they seem interested, and you show it to them.
Yeah, and
so the ladle guy goes, ita, and he points at one of the carcasses and at one of your pictures that you draw.
And then I'll start they had carvings all over that shit. And I'll try
as you draw different animals, they point at some of the stuff, but they don't know some of them. They kind of like that. Yeah, they enjoy it. You guys they got some pictures, and now you're learning some words, and you're telling them the common words for those. And so,
I'll go into like, do they know board? What's the word for board? I'll try to
there is the carcasses that you see out here.
A spear for those.
There are nature check.
Technically, you can change shape, and that's not magic.
Nature's a survival because we're hunting.
Survival. Sorry.
It's like, look, I want to show him what a boar is like, so he turns into a boar, and they just...
Put him
on.
He's right.
Put him right on the spit.
9 plus 6 for 15.
15. So, one of these beasts on the spit is a Sahagin. A real Sahagin.
Sahagin, wow.
And when they say Sahagin, you get to ask them, basically, you have this knowledge that Sahagin means enemy or creature, and you're able to identify that is really a Sahagin, that they're eating it.
Oh, God. I point out with the poison gland in us on the Sahagin.
I was like, Sahagin poison.
Yeah, cool. I started asking story.
I mean, they don't speak common.
Yeah, I know.
What is it you're trying to convey? You've pointed out that you've got food that, they know the names of their food and where their meats are and stuff. Like, you're trying to tell them that you'll hunt for them, right?
Yes, I do that. And, I'll do a little pictograph, trying to use, basically
your performance for your pictographs will stick for this performance.
Sure.
Yeah. So you're able to convey that you want to hunt for them, right? Is that what you're trying to say? You're going to bring them more food.
Yes, but I can't leave this place.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but yeah,
that they like that. Cool. That's less work for them. Yeah. That sounds good. They can always take more, and you're able to draw more. Draw lots of them, and they kind of joke, and you guys have a good time drawing spears going into monsters and stuff like that.
And I'll try to ask for the stories by so I'll have a picture following. We didn't describe in great detail what these pictographs were looking like, but I'll leave a blank space out, and in a stage like step 1. This is the pictograph. Then they get their glory. So I'll leave a blank space out and point to one. It's like
while that's happening too. The little they're not here. That's right. The kids are with you. But yeah, that's working out. They're enjoying that. So while you're talking to them and you're kind of figuring that out, one of them comes over and gives you a small little bundle. It's 3 tubes with wicks, like candles. Very natural, kind of weirdly shaped. I don't know if you know how to form candles. I don't know if you guys know how to make candles. Or
The beeswax candles.
it's wax. You put the wick in there and you keep it. So they're ribbed. So basically these have been like made rapidly.
Yeah.
But they're thick. And you get 3 of them. They're about that big around. And you ask what they're for and stuff like that. And pantomiming is the best they can do. One of them does this. And the other one puts a candle on his head. And the others do this. And he gives you the candles.
Oh, it wards off.
Insects.
Is it an insect repellent?
Yeah, something like that, huh? But
Yeah.
the horns, though. Lizardmen don't have horns.
They don't have
Put
horns?
them on
No?
your head. Candles on your head, light them, and they keep the bugs away.
Yeah. I get that. I'm trying to think of a response. I won't put it on my head, though. Like, huh?
You put it on your head. They all, it's probably laughter.
Yeah.
They all laugh when you do that.
I laughed too.
Very cool. You continue on, do you have the kids in tow? Are you looking for anything?
I wouldn't know what to look for.
Left or right? When you left Ertos's room, he went left.
Which way is the music coming from? Left?
Left as well,
I
yeah.
go right.
Left to the left. All right, so you go off to the right. You kind of pass by a couple of small things. I guess the first room that you're going to come across on the right,
No magic.
just some living quarters here and there. You do see lizard folk wandering around, but then as you kind of come around another bend, you leave the room, you make a right. There's another hallway that leads into another small room that probably leads in. It's either his bathroom or where he puts on his robes and things. So, Yrtos's closet or something that seems to have another room coming off of it. There's another room that's unoccupied that you don't really go into. And you keep going down. The room curves, but then it goes down back towards the ocean. And on your left opens up into a bigger room that has a lizard man guard, but also a merfolk guard. And I don't know what races I be able to identify? How would I check to see what races you know? History, arcane?
History, yeah.
History, I guess.
No.
No? Okay.
It's a 9 plus my intelligence. So I don't have history, which is 0, so 9. Yeah.
So in that room, in addition to lizard folk standing there with weapons, you can also see what appears to be another merfolk and another couple of other type of aquatic race standing there armed. When you do kind of approach that area, the lizard guard kind of is he sees you and doesn't really know what to do at first, but kind of gives you and the kids are kind of scared behind you, they don't want to go in there.
Okay. What are the other, besides the merfolk, what do the other ones look like?
So there's short brown kind of floppy footy guy.
Is it I'm gonna, not my character saying this, but is it a grung?
No.
Okay.
And then there is like I said, merfolk, you obviously know, and then there is a kind of a burly green man with some, kind of a spiky chin, just a little bit of coral growing off his head, a little spiky-ish. He looks kind of like an orc, but aquatic, with a big trident, and he does not look happy to be there or that you are there either.
Triton? Triton?
Could be a triton. Oh.
Tritons are giants, aren't they?
I'm guessing it's not a Triton since he asked that.
That was a dumb question on my part.
I just give a respectful bow and carry on.
The lizard man imitates your bow, and the kids scatter ahead of you. They seem happy to get away from that area. The hallway right in front of that, right as you pass by that, opens on the right and to the left. On the right, you see lots of lizard folk in there, and they are basically play fighting a little bit. This is like a training room. People are armed. There's guards and stuff like that. They're talking. They're yelling at each other. There's some clanging going on in there. When they see you, they see you. They look more like they don't want the kids to come in here, but they're not going to tell them. You can kind of see this Do you want to go in here? No one's going to tell you no, but this is like people are fake fighting with weapons and stuff.
I do want to go in here.
All right, come on in. So there's two lizard folks here. The three lizard folks are seated at benches around a plain wooden table in the center of the room. There's straw mattresses around the edges, but the table has been kind of pushed off the center, and the two other lizard men are kind of like practicing here. Yeah. So this looks like it's most likely usually like a hangout part of the barracks maybe, but today it's being used as a training room for some reason.
So the two people that are play fighting, what are they play fighting with?
They have wooden spears that are forked tubes at the ends, like that. Yeah, and so they're kind of. It looks kind of like they're doing a dance. This is inside, I guess. You're rogue. No, actually, what is your weapon proficiency? How would like your weapon knowledge? What would that be? Like your fighting
proficiency.
Yeah, just like
if it's like knowledge and memory, it'd be intelligence.
Intelligence plus my proficiency bonus.
Yeah, let's do that.
15, 16, 17.
This is pretty basic.
60.
Yeah, this is pretty basic. This is back and forth. This is probably this is the novice training area today for some reason. It would make sense to set something like this up if you were upping your amount of training going on. You would need an area for beginners, intermediate, and advanced.
The weapons that we brought them, there were swords in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any weapon racks here?
Not in this area, no. You did, when you passed by what I said earlier, it looked like guards were getting ready and stuff like that. Yes, those had weapon racks. There are swords and shields and that sort of stuff. But the majority of this stuff is like spears and like alligator hides and things. That's why it was weird to see that they were getting weapons that are not.
They're normal.
Sorry, by the way, it gets split into three parts.
Yeah.
It's like weird.
We only have a day.
We got trained by the best and want to split
right? Yeah, split the party for Mitch. He's all about it.
Yeah.
I want to say, is anyone here know any common?
These guys, they seem to hear you, but they ignore you. They're busy. These guys at the table are kind of discussing, but it seems like they're discussing what's happening. They talk and they break. They talk and they break. So it's almost like they're doing something. These guys are talking, and then they're doing something different. So this appears to be training. You are being treated with deference at the moment.
Like,
the kids,
I'm interrupting.
The kids, though, seem really excited that they are in here with you. Like, they're not supposed to be here, so they're like, one of them's got your, like, you wearing a cloak, right?
Yeah, big.
He's got your cloak, but he's trying to see how far away he can get with your cloak performance check. To hide your crossbow while a child pulls your cloak away from your body.
It's not a cloak, it's the coat.
The coat.
And I have it in my coat.
Anyway, the kid is pulling your clothes and running around you.
20.
Yeah, so okay, you're able to continue to maintain the hiding of your weapon around trained soldiers who are training other people how to work stuff. You are being treated with deference in this room.
May need herbs.
It is 6:30. Do you want to take our break here and come back, or do you want to finish yours and then come back and you guys can gather or decide your next move at that point?
What do you guys think?
Sounds fine to me.
I'm game for whatever.
I mean, this is a good stopping point. It seems like something's going to happen soon. So,
Well, yeah. So actually, yeah. What do you? Let's figure out what you're doing out here. Yeah.
So there's no other, like, training weapons in this room. Just the two that these guys have.
No, and like I said, too, this room looks like it's being repurposed just for these two guys to practice in.
Okay.
Like, this isn't even what this room is normally. Like, this looks like a common area for the barracks. Like, just chairs and a table and, like, some bones here and there kind of thing.
All right. I'm going to wander around the rest of this. Seems like to be the barracks fighting area.
So this is not. This is basically just a common area off the barracks, kind of thing. So it's its own room. There's no other doors or windows that lead into it. It's just kind of a roughly hewn room with a table in it. And it's just being fought in at the moment. There's nothing outwardly interesting about it at all.
But the barracks are nearby here?
The barracks were... Where the fuck were they?
Is this the fighting area?
It's weird because it says this is the barracks. Yeah, hey, Super Squad. Thank you. It says that this is the barracks as the description, but the description I read to you is just dumb. So this is just basically... the other part of it is... Oh, I'm sorry. So the living quarter area for the barracks at the sleeping area is across the hallway a little farther down. So you can stick your head out and kind of wander in these quick little 3 rooms. As you walk out here, on the left would be the sleeping quarters, and then off on the right would be the officer sleeping, like the nicer sleeping quarters. And the only way that you can tell that difference is when you walk into one room, you would assume this because there's more beds, more straw, everything is leather, and when then you go to the other one, the little bits of scraps of metal and a couple of the real swords that are there are in the other room. So it looks like there are ranks of people here.
Other people?
Not people, but there are.
Other lizards.
Yes, absolutely. In each of these rooms, there are a couple. In the first room, the one that looks like it's probably just the lower ranking rooms that has like the wooden stuff, there are 2 lizard folk that are asleep in there. In the other one, looks like it might be the higher upper room, there's nobody in there.
I want to go where there's like swords.
Swords, all right.
And where there's people.
Yeah. There's the armory. There's an armory here. Let me just figure out where it is.
Somewhere down here.
Right? It's in here somewhere. I could just make it up, but then what would happen later is somebody would watch this and be like, Rich didn't put it in the right spot.
Yeah, that's all right.
That's the other one. Now, do you want to go where they make the weapons, or do you want to go where like they practice weapons normally, like where the training area is? You want to go training area, excuse me. All right, so... There it is. Okay, so you are taken back up near the front, back around the edges, and back through the hallway that took you through the throne room. If you had come out of the throne room and made a right and just followed out to the end of the hall, you would end up in what's called the drill hall. This is a similarly hewn room. It's a big, giant square with 6 pillars in it. This open area features 6 floor-to-ceiling pillars that demarcate a central area bare of furniture. In the central area, the earth floor has been packed closer than anywhere else, as if about the passage of many, many feet over a long period of time. Several wooden benches stand near the north and south walls. A large mattress has been fixed to the center of the east wall. Attached to it is a large target dummy with the head of a fish-like creature on top of it. Several lizard folk are practicing combat against one another and throwing javelins at the dummy. Powerfully built and tall lizard folk female stands with several of the heavily armored warriors. She observes the training area through narrow eyes. Another lizard folk stands near the leader, dressed in kelp-colored robe and holding a long, polished tooth. Oh, I'm sorry. Ignore the large lady and the guy with the tooth. That's both Kent and Urtos.
Oh, okay.
If you had come in here by if you had not, like if you had snuck in here, that would have been the description. Excuse me, I read too much of the description, but yeah, you're in here. So there are lizard folk here. They are playing in weapons. They are hitting stuff. They're throwing javelins. And in here you see more weapons. Yeah. You see more metalled spears. You see some shields that have been hammered works. They have stuff painted on them that are from the mainland that are not. These are not markings of Lizard Man, but you can see where they've been like scratched off and stuff like that. Here's where you're seeing more of the collection of those weapons you're talking about. Right. There are several of the scale shields here, which are the guys that are in the alligator leathers that have a little bit of leather, metal here and there, a metal piece or things like that. So those are the upper guard they look like. But mostly these are unclothed guys with their wooden sticks and their real weapons and stuff, and they're play fighting. A couple of them are wrestling. They're throwing their javelins, like I said, the target dummies, stuff like that. You are in the drill hall. They see you in here. Mm-hmm. You are treated with deference again, where they're kind of ignoring you, but a couple of them kind of separate their groups and kind of stand and face you and kind of meet your gaze.
I will go to ones that have swords and watch them fight.
So the ones that are fighting with swords are they're doing their kind of normal spear tactics they are trying to do and back, but they're also practicing chops and things like that. You can tell a couple of them have obviously worked. Well, I don't know. Insight.
Actually, that's what I want to do.
Yeah. Are they working?
I want to now show them how to actually wield a sword.
Okay.
So I want to like if he's like trying to like poke with a spear, I'll point at his wrist.
These guys
hold it.
I will say these guys don't. I don't want to say that they're like poking with a spear, like they don't know what
Yeah.
they're doing. They're fumbling with their weapons and stuff like that. But there is some of them look like they are. There are some that are training others how to use this more and things like that. When they see you, though, they are kind of curious. They do kind of.
Yep. And I'll go through like. Because I have a style, I have the more flourishy style, and I'll show them how to fight with a sword. Help train the ones that are new with swords.
They kind of watch that. Really, though, the conversation is more like they're showing you the sword, and then like.
Oh, they took it, and I point towards like the cave entrance.
And they kind of point at each other.
I don't like. I point at my scabbard and I still have that. Like.
Okay.
Just,
So they bark a little bit. One of them leaves, and after a few minutes, they come back with all of your weapons.
Oh, okay.
They have all of your weapons. And the one that was, they all kind of, the ones that are here are kind of like interested in it and stuff like that. Two of the guards from that room that were in there earlier that you saw with Ertos when he originally told you that your weapons are here, they said that they were yours and stuff like that, have arrived also. And the first thing they do is they point at you and they point at the stuff. That's
I'll go over and get my... Oh, okay.
Go back to Saltmarsh. Don't worry about it.
The other lizard men start kind of walking over and like they're picking your stuff up.
Like I point at my sword.
Okay. So now they're looking at your stuff. They're pulling out crossbows and things like that. Yeah. One of them is
crossbow?
Whatever the crossbow.
My hand crossbow.
Oh, I thought you kept that.
No, I kept my hand crossbow. I gave up the one the captain had.
So the crossbow is the thing that kind of gets the attention. Now one of them kind of does this.
I go
like.
So I mimic.
Hang on. As soon as he does that, the guard that you recognize starts barking and points at it and points at you while he's looking at him. Like that's his. But he's still like looking at you.
And this is the full crossbow, right?
This is whatever crossbow you gave them at the gate.
Okay, it's the hand crossbow.
Whatever. That guy is like asking.
I'm like...
Right. He takes it and he goes off with it somewhere. He goes off somewhere with it.
So
I'll give him...
opponent with it.
I'll pull out like 5 bolts.
Goes off and hits somebody else
and give them to him.
Oh, okay, yeah. They will. Are you gonna like explain what's going on here with that and stuff like that? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, they will let you.
I'll show them how to cock it.
Yeah. So they won't let you touch it.
I'm not going to touch it.
The instructions and stuff. And in fact, the guard that came with you is really excited. Because he's in charge of making sure they watch it. He's really enjoying that you've like shared that with him. He's like learning how to do it. They're all kind of fascinated. Like, this is weird. This is like it's a contraption. Pull pieces and junk like that. They've seen stuff, but they've never got to like play with it. And because some of them seem to kind of whatever. But that's awesome. They're really enjoying it. So after that, they run off with it, and they all kind of do this to you for a minute. And then they come back. The same guy that ran off with it comes back, and he's got a small piece of silver for you, and he gives it to you. And it has what looks like small little grooves of blue, almost like painted in with a deep lacquer, almost like a there's no blue here.
Resin.
Yeah, like this stuff, this kind of resin is painted in there or whatever. But it's a ring. Yeah, and they give it to you. Yeah, sure.
A ring.
You gonna put it on?
I put it on.
Put it on.
It bites you.
Okay, you wear it.
It's a mimic.
I don't know how
mimic.
magical stuff works. So he'll
Does
point.
it? Oh well. One thing that it for most magic in D&D is like, say if he was wearing this ring and it's sized to his finger. If it's magical and I put it on, it'll resize.
You
to
put it
my
on,
finger.
it resizes to your finger. But they all get like kind of excited.
Yep.
They all seem really excited for you. Like this, that looks good. Like they really enjoy what just happened right here. So now the one that the guard that you recognize that was like so excited for you to like let him use that thing. He starts pointing at your throat and that. He's like,
Sick.
Oh.
yeah. So
I make a sim like dive underwater, and then breathe.
okay, so that happens, and then you hear a couple from somebody. He kind of hits a couple things. They all kind of repeat, and it looks like it's kind of back to business as normal. People go back to what they're doing. Yeah. So, but yeah, the kids are like, they're crazy. They're about to pee themselves. They've seen a crossbow. Like you like gave them a copper coin. They got to go into the hall, and they got to go into the barracks. Like this is crazy and shit. So you've all done something. Let's take our break, and then we'll come back. We'll decide what you guys want to do next.
Quick question.
Yes, quick question.
So I had a hand crossbow that I gave up. Did you just give away my hand crossbow?
Probably. You gotta watch your rogue. Watch your rogue.
We have two, besides mine.
Right.
The captain had 2 hand crossbows.
Yeah, I thought he had a full crossbow and a hand crossbow.
Did he? I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
But he dropped one and he picked another one out and shot it. So I have an extra, and you have one.
You should have gotten 2 crossbows. You should have gotten the 2 crossbows off him, and you had a hand crossbow, or is it the way around?
No, I had a hand crossbow, and he had 2
two
hand
crossbows.
crossbows.
Yeah, he had 2 hand crossbows. So you should.
So
have
you
3.
have one of those.
Right.
I
Well, not
gave
on me
away
right now.
Yeah, I gave away the other one.
So you gave away 2, but you gave 1 away. Like
He's got one.
You surrendered all of your
One is
crossbows.
mine.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
one of them's gone, and you have a secret one on you still.
And I have mine.
Okay.
My gnomish one.
We are going to take our quick break and see if we can't get this group to recoalesce. All right, we'll be right back. Oh my god. Non-common speaking NPCs, a whole cave of them.
And none of us, like, if this was any other character, I'd have Draconic. Like, that's like the language I always
Well,
take.
it's like, maybe I'll give them some way to speak Draconic or whatever, but the book is literally like, I can't do some way to speak Draconic.
Yep. My friends that was in the military is like they're coins for dicks.
Yeah,
Because you make everyone else pay for your drinks.
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
We're already down to 2 beers left.
Well, at 3 before we get started. Bandolier.
I just brushed her out too.
You have too much fur, Bandy. Too much fur.
I guess there's 3. That's first.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't feel like I had to pee that bad until I started, and I'm like, oh god, take that, stream.
Oh,
Rob's in there.
Rob was in there.
I'm so glad that you rolled your good wisdom on that.
Yeah.
Because I was like, there's so, like I wanted to tell you all that little stuff. Like,
Yeah.
not a sailor knot. Oh, there's sand in it. Look at the branch. Did it separate yet?
I don't know. I've been kind of shifting
that's,
around.
That's all right. That looks good.
That's a cool little thing you made there. Look, how'd you learn that knot? Google it.
Yeah. Back when I was
I
going to
figured it was
use.
closed, Dave, because you were standing outside of it, and if you needed to pee,
What are you
I
looking
was gonna.
I'm getting into that.
The stick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, there's a lot of stuff here, Dave. No, like I said too, this is the handle yourself stuff that I got. This is the you guys are all right. Stuff. If you,
I mean, I'm gonna.
I know
take
you're
it easy
driving,
anyway.
I'm just saying, I didn't. The wacky Galen stuff is for Blackstone Knights.
Yes.
All right.
Which, hey, when do you have the kid again? Anyway, I have Hero Quests.
I have them for the next 2 weekends and every Thursday.
Yeah, whenever you want. Let's do it.
Yeah, actually. That'd be awesome. Wait. Sorry. Just thinking about scheduling stuff.
You don't have to commit.
Huh?
I said you don't have to commit. All right. So. Oh.
Don't end stream.
We are back.
Do it.
Don't what on the stream?
Don't end stream.
Yeah, run on the stream. I didn't do that again. All right. So you guys have all kind of done something. You've performed for in the banquet hall and kind of made their day. They've gotten to hear some music from the lute. That was neat.
Yeah.
You have an idea of what to do now, and you have successfully, shown some weapons and donated one to the cause and gotten some reward out of that. Would you like to now go and try to talk to the shamans, see if you can get their blessing, or do you want to wait? What do you want to do? What are you guys going to do now?
Yeah, if
You are all separated. I don't know how to bring you back. This is up to you. So,
Well, we are separated, and they do know that that's something I wanted to do. So I think that's a place that they know to find me. So I think I would try to do that.
Okay, you want to talk to him alone?
That was.
I prefer it.
I was gonna say that's the one Ertos did say that was different. He would go with you if you wanted to the shaman, and that wouldn't like count against you. Was the insight roll you got? So you have that option if you would like it.
I know it might not be the best decision, but I just think like my druid's just like I need to know what's going on around here.
Oops. I quit using chips for bookmarks.
I'll just keep that.
Take that back, please. Do you want to bring the rest of your delegation to the shamans as a team, or are you going to go to the shamans by yourself?
I was just hoping to speak to them as some put my druid face on, really.
So no, or by himself.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, but if it's
it's up to you.
Sounds like if I have the opportunity, I'd take it.
The opportunity to go talk to them on your own.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to go on your own. You're not taking Ertos with you.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just asking. I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm second guessing myself now. I just wanted to really because I want to go there and just offer them these books and to just show. He says it's separate, but like whatever. No, it's not. Ertos, you fool. It's like I'm going to go and offer these books, but also inform them of the wisdom of the mood. That it's like it's not just humans and stuff like that. It's all kinds of peoples that are trying to caretake the hunting grounds for all.
Don't tell me, tell them.
Yeah.
You know any lizard people druids?
They exist.
So the question is though, you're not taking Earth, you're just gonna go.
I know, but we just talked about getting the group back together.
Fine. Yeah,
but that's where
you're telling me what you're telling me is you're telling me what you want to tell.
He doesn't know who these two are.
We'll get to that in a second.
Easily.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you have all day. You can find these guys. I can narrate that. You need to decide what you're going to do because all you're telling me is what you want to tell the shamans. We'll get to that when we get to the shaman room.
Yeah. I guess we need to get together. All right. I'm going to try to find them, and on the way, I want to play with these kids. Is what I'm doing. I want to play. I've been talking about these. They're around with you. There's got to be more running around there. Maybe they'll lead me to the group, and that's how I find the swashbuckler. I don't know.
Do you want to go find kids?
Actually, the thing with lizard folk is that they eat their young a lot, and so only the strongest survive, and that's why there's so few.
Oh, that's so sad. I'll go find the others. This guy. Constance. The dude Constance. Yeah.
I mean, walking around, you can kind of figure out where he is and where the others are pretty easily because even though everyone's been told they kind of accept you and ignore you, traffic builds up a little bit near the doors where everybody is all of a sudden for some reason. So you can very easily get the group back together to make your next move and move on. So
son of a bitch, I'm in.
Yeah. So you get back together, you skinny. The kids are here and they're kind of interested in the Catman again and they're pulling on his fur and poking at his feet and stuff like that. Chasing your tail around and things. They're having a good time. The copper is still in one of their hands. You know, the one that was able to pull your coat and be in the guard room is holding onto your coat. It's magical. It's gotten him into two different cool rooms, so he's enjoying himself. So the kids look happy. You guys are all together. Are you heading to the shaman room now? You go ahead.
Well, I'll ask them about that. So I just want to give that as an offering, but it doesn't seem like Irtos thinks that that's really going to help our case, so I want to confer with you two first. I think it's important.
Why does he think it's more?
Irtos told you that you have the currency of the shaman.
Yeah. I know I can speak to them, but
no.
Seems...
He says that if you want to bribe the shaman to listen to your plea,
yes, I have the currency.
Pay him a book. Yeah. So he didn't say that they don't want to hear you and nothing that you
I thought he was saying that
he's saying
talking to them is going to be separate from whatever we're being observed of doing today.
Oh yes, that is true. If you use Ertos all day, that's great.
Yeah.
You can, but he was kind of discouraging you from that. But he's saying going to talk to the shamans, that's not expected of you. They don't want to talk to you. They can't talk to you. They're mad that you're here. So if you use Ertos to go speak with them, he's cool with that. He's like, let's do that. Let's get them on board too, because they don't like you, and I think we're the only way forward.
Okay, well.
I'm just reiterating that because you got your inside check on it.
So that's something I want to do. Otherwise, they seem to really enjoy hunting, which is expected. Other than that, all I can think of is to play hide and seek with these children.
Well, I think we should give the elders a shot.
Didn't you also agree to go hunting for them?
Well, yes,
Until they ran out.
but they couldn't possibly convey that to me, so I can only assume until a group of others say it's time.
You're like, they love hunting, so they got that going for them. Like, you forgot to tell them you also are on the hook for hunting for them.
Yeah, and that's also the possibility, but we'll see what happens. It would be good to learn their ways and show them a few things. I think they might need the skills if they're up against something like Sahagin. Yeah. Sahagin. You see, Scandinavians invaded, so I have a sort of affect to my voice. Yeah, what's a Scandinavian? No, so Aber was here, Toro was there, everything got mixed up. Now we have all kinds of accents.
I'm sure the same thing happens in Saltmarsh.
Absolutely. All right. Yeah. That's yeah. I guess we're seeing the shamans.
Let's get Urtos to take us to the shamans.
All right. So you guys find Urtos in his quarters, and he takes you back through the lair. The kids follow you. They are really enjoying being around you. It seems like things are going well with that. Everyone is giving you your space still until you get towards the farther back behind the cave. He leads you around the throne room and into the back space of the, well, I shouldn't say the back space of the cave, but you're starting to stop seeing, farther areas, if that makes sense. Like, this hallway seems to go all the way back and forth and only has like 2 or 3 doors in it, and there doesn't seem to be, farther away, so you're in the back. And it opens up to this big room. When you get into here, to this area, that's when lizard folk kind of seem to be a little more like they're going in there.
I see.
And you're brought to this area in the back, and right when you get out front, sweet perfume hangs in the air, and this place is obviously for worship. It's obviously, but at the far end, the 3 lizard folk are crouched before a stone altar, and then to each side of that altar are lit burners, and in the center there's a candelabra on the altar that has 4 candles in a well. Above the altar, the south wall is decorated with a marine fresco of lizard folk warriors brandishing clubs. Of a lizard folk warrior brandishing a club, and there's blue and green drapes covering the east and west walls that have various things on them, that sort of stuff. Sariv is in here as well, standing behind the 3 shamans at the altar, facing them as well, so no one has noticed that you have entered the temple yet. Excuse me. Urtos says something in Draconic, to which Sariv turns around, and the moment he sees you, starts just yelling in Draconic, and the shaman turn around and have a different reaction. They kind of do that, look up and down at you and do the deferential, automatic treatment that Othokent has kind of told everyone to do before they look at Sariv,
right,
and then they begin to chant something. So it's a low, and they're basically humming now. Basically, they're making throat singing. So, yeah. No. So now Urtos and Sariv talk for a few minutes, and it's mostly Urtos doing the talking and Sariv doing the shouting every couple of seconds and things like that. Before Urtos kind of looks at you for a second and then motions you.
Right, yeah. I get my little pack out, and I take out my books and the Principles of Navigation by Tacoma, Toyota Tacoma.
Sure.
And after that, with the book that Urtos himself.
All right, cool. So
like that, and
you present the books, you give them to Urtos, and Urtos hands them to Sariv.
A gift of knowledge of the seas.
Sariv picks up the book that Urtos gave you and kind of shows Urtos for a second. And Urtos talks to him for a minute, and Sariv kind of, he looks kind of like mad about it, and the whole time he's kind of holding the book and da-da-da-da-da. But then Sariv does do this, and one of the attendants takes Urtos's book from him, and then he rifles through the pages that are in yours. Now, because this is an almanac, when you think of an almanac, we think about like lots of writing and like timing and things like that. When we're talking about like a title almanac, this would basically be a book of the same map over and over again, and it would probably have like a lunar calendar thing at the top, would either show like what time of the month and year it was. This would be very universal if you work on the ocean and the sea and stuff like that. Sariv looks at it for a few moments and then looks confusedly at Ertos. Ertos talks to him and then he looks at you again and he looks and he says, "What does this book remember?"
This book remembers the push and pull of the sea and the different times of the stars and the moon. When they're in different positions, the sea will change in these ways.
Ertos barks in Draconic for a minute and then looks at you again and why would you need to remember this?
Well, my character being a sailor
Absolutely.
starts explaining that.
Wisdom check or performance, whatever you want to do with your advantage on your sailor.
Do I get my sailor proficiency?
Yep.
Okay.
Advantage to
advantage.
advantage, yeah.
Oh, advantage. Okay, that's good because that's a 6.
Add all that
And that's an 18 plus. This is wisdom with proficiency. That would be another 6, so that'll be 24.
Perfect. So you're able to kind of convey food first. When hunt, when not hunt, when is the boat easy to move back and forth,
Right.
When, and then you also mentioned that, like,
How is this relate? I start relating about how this is useful to the natural world and stuff.
yes.
Yeah.
Then with that high of a roll, I can say you can also mention that this is how people keep track of when they move back and forth and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And when Ertos says that seems to be what catches Sariv's attention. And they talk for a few moments about that, blah, 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 blah. And then Ertos looks at you and says, Sariv will hear.
Okay. Well, I start off that.
What is it you want, like? What is it you guys would like Ertos to convey to the temple, to the shaman here?
I wish to share who I am by basically I'm going to give them news of the druidic moot of what's been changing the hunting grounds around this region and all that. But if there's something that's just another gift of wisdom. If there's anything we'd like to know, I'm kind of curious about what's their beef with these sea elves here. That's yeah. I don't know.
Remember what you're doing here, too.
Yeah, we're trying to get that. Well, yeah, we're trying to convince them, but there's two skins in that because there's like just show them like oh, we're valuable to work with and have around, and also convince them that humans are okay. I guess. Like,
Ask them. Is every memory of humans and elves
The
bad?
shaman will hear.
Yeah, they're not going to talk back.
Sariv asks Ertos what he said. Ertos says what he says, and Sariv yells, "They will hear." He seems a little they'll hear. So don't ask them questions.
I'll tell the brief story of these humans found lizard folk on boat, and they help. The humans help lizard folk.
So you want
this is an
to tell
example.
the story of how you've already helped these lizard folk.
Yeah.
Okay. Performance.
through the translations of ear
Is that a natural 20? Oh, okay.
Bam!
Ear toast be damned.
Just drop it.
I'm trying to decide if
I am not human.
no, I know that. I'm trying to decide if
All tabaxi are very nice.
how we're gonna do that natural 20 through Ertos.
I mean, they see his performance, and then Erdos
Yes.
says
Okay.
something.
So yeah, Ertos.
And I'll be I'm a very
yeah.
performative person.
No. Okay. So what you're gonna tell? Okay, you can tell exactly what happened.
So, like,
Hang on one second. Yeah, you picked it. You took over the ship. The lizardmen were already on it. You honored the contract, but you had to check in at home first. So you dropped him off. You went back and got him. Now you're here. You fought merfolk together, and now you're supposed to be helping. Otho Kent has put you in here, and now you're in front of the shaman. Okay. It's succinct enough, and you've used small enough words, and you've really explained it like densely to Ertos in a way that he can understand it, and then translate that to the shaman. So
They also do performance, like act like
yeah, absolutely, and then they can see that. And actually, with a natural 20, you're able to pantomime that while Ertos kind of talks and like you can tell what part of the story he's doing and stuff. So you guys are shaping something together, and you're having a good time doing it. When it's over, the shaman talks to his bow. The shaman talks to his attendants for a few minutes, and then Sariv speaks again to Ertos, and then Ertos looks at you. Can the shaman keep your memory?
I know the fucking tides. Yeah, why not?
Okay, so they can keep they can keep that. Okay.
I also realized that telling that story also, it could be interpreted as though like, well, you don't trust the Saltmarshers either. You obviously felt the need to leave the Lizardmen behind. So,
what do you mean? Sorry, say that again.
Because we dropped the Lizardmen off for a bit before we went into. I mean, if you don't take it, they don't take it.
No, tell me what you said. I missed what you said.
I was just saying that if somebody was really critical among the shaman, they could have been like, well, it doesn't seem like you trust the Saltmarsh people either, because you left Lizardmen behind. You came back from true, but obviously you left them behind because you were worried about how they'd be received.
But we were to prove that we're good.
And you have to remember, too, a lot of the Lizardmen, even the ones that were on the boat,
They didn't want to go.
They were also finding out right now that that the pirates didn't represent Saltmarsh. They just thought humans are just the humans in this area all come from Saltmarsh. You're the oddity. You're kind of now they're learning that cat people are in Saltmarsh too. Like,
it might help that it's
I was gonna say you might be a reason that people
Yeah.
want to come. You might be a reason that lizard folk want to come to Saltmarsh. They're like, hey, it's Thursday. You want to go see the Catman play? He's at the Goat. Some shit like that. That might end up being something tied together, but yeah. So Sariv asks if he could keep that. Okay. Then Sariv talks at length to Ertos, and Ertos tries to stop Sariv to talk to you guys again, but Sariv keeps stopping him. And so he goes on at some length, and you get that I don't know, I'm not going to make you incite this. You get the feeling, especially with the repeats from the attendants and stuff, he's telling you a ridiculously long oral history of some sort. And this is taking a while, and he's motioning, and he's saying stuff, and the shaman are repeating him after him.
Does he ever motion towards that warrior painted on the wall?
No. But he does motion towards the tapestries from time to time. And then at the end of it, he does kind of point at something specific on the tapestry, and the other shaman kind of bow and then point at it again, but they all make eye contact and point at it. And they kind of are drawing your attention up to the east wall, and in the center of that tapestry is a crocodile. But it's the crocodile shape you've seen before, and you've drawn, and you've known that's crocodile tail. That's what it looks like. But it's kind of a round and ovid shape, like an egg. And they point at that. They have a long silence, and then Ertos speaks to you again, and he says, "The shaman have sung you our song."
Have sung us the song.
It was very good.
I bowed graciously to them
I
and
followed
thanked
suit.
them. Put out my hands.
This is uncommon to hear. They say you have shown. You have shown good kindness with the memories and listening. They wish for you to help all of us and the land.
We will.
We wish to help.
This is Semwana. And as soon as I say Semwanya, Erto says Semwanya, all of the shamans say Semwanya again and bow one more time as he points at the picture of Semwanya. She has been corrupted, angered, and will have to be stopped. It is Sesinuk. And as soon as Irtos says Sesunik, the shamans react the way they did when you walked in the first time. The disjointed, like kind of the wailing, and then they start to hum again.
What was that word then?
Sesinuk.
Sesina?
Sesinuk.
Sesinuk?
Sesinuk has...
Suanya is a corrupted Sesunik? Is that what I heard?
Suanya?
Semuanya. Irtos is trying to speak.
Sure.
You guys are asking me his name, so I'll just say so. Semuanya is God Lizard. She is this swamp boss. Good. No.
Star boss.
He's trying to say like boss, like like the god, but he's not God. I don't know. But Sesinuk, and as soon as he says it again, the shamans react the same. Has broken her mind. She must be dealt with.
Who is that second one?
Sesinuk.
Yes.
What
is that?
Unclean. The boss Sahagin, yes. The greatest Sahagin.
Okay.
But Simwanya can be saved by her seed.
Seed of Sesunik.
Simwanya.
Someone.
Bring the shaman the seed of Simwanya.
And she could be cleansed.
Where seed?
Does Sahagin have it?
No, he points at the picture of the alligator wrapped around an egg.
Oh.
Simwanya is an alligator here.
Here. Is this something we're going to be doing tomorrow?
You can do anything tomorrow.
Where is this?
In the swamps outside of Schaefer.
This
You
is
will
a path.
have
This is
to do this. Oh, I see. Sorry. He would say, yes, you
Yes,
will have to. There is no Samwanya in Schaefer. It
We'll do this
would
together.
not be safe.
All right.
But
yes.
so you have your answer.
Yep. And I motion up to the seed, like put my hand up to it, and then make a giving motion to Saeed. Sorry, that guy. And I do like this, and I nod to him.
He ignores the hell out of you. Yeah. You guys are here. They've heard what you have to say, but they do, and at that, they do kind of get back up and go back to their altar chanting and stuff, and you have been treated with deference again.
All right.
I am immediately gonna.
Small note in here. Sorry, what's it?
I am immediately gonna try and write down the notes of the song that they sing.
Yeah, in wisdom. That's intelligence, I guess.
Investigation.
Investigation, memory.
Trying to break it out.
Investigation. You notice this is the only place that the kids are not fucking around. They're holding on to your coat. They're hanging out. They're quiet. They're not running around. This is also the first place that the inhabitants of the room haven't also acknowledged the children.
No.
We roll. Or just gonna leave it.
I'll just leave it.
What was the roll?
Natural one.
You think you remember it.
Don't ever try re-singing it.
Especially to them.
So you wrote down.
I guess anything but natural one would be like, nah, I can't figure it out.
Can't
But a
figure it
natural one is,
I figured it out.
Do you want to try to figure it out there, or do you want to save it for later?
It was mostly, I didn't want to be disrespectful and try and mimic them while they were doing it. It was mostly,
Like, how did that go?
Yeah, that's just what I do. Is I take songs. So
Yeah.
All right.
I would suggest keeping it to yourself.
That's how second
I would.
edition.
I'm just saying. It's just I can't let a good song go.
One of my favorite things about second edition was the bards, and that's how they learned magic. Was like keeping stories, and like some of those would be like they would get spells, and they would copy it in their book of like songs and stuff like that. It's like. And then the wizard told me this incantation, and it went something like this. And I have no touch for magical arts and stuff like that, but trying to practice and perform what the wizard told them and stuff like that. They kind of figured out and so their spell book was their song book, and you had to actually like learn that from somebody to get to. So they didn't like just get spells for leveling up. They could just cast spells, but they had to get those spells somehow.
Well, that's the fun stuff about finding things in a bottle.
Yeah.
You rolled the natural 20.
Yeah.
There was no way to know what circles and lines in their fucking thing meant. You'd have to someone's gonna have to tell you even how to read what that thing is. Then you have to figure out where to find how it's read. Because every boat's gonna do something different, every island's gonna do something different. Yeah, it's
Have we seen any of the wizard folks already?
And I said that there wasn't any writing on the walls, there's no signage or anything like that. But in the temple, there was tapestries with things that were carved into the walls. So there's things carved into the walls, there's tapestries, things like that. The writing that Rob saw in the books was all draconic. There was no you don't see any.
It's draconic.
The books that you saw were in draconic.
Oh, the books.
Stuff like you don't see.
Yeah, that's what I was.
No, you don't see any lizard folk like natural writing. They don't seem to have any of their own written stuff that you see anywhere. No.
It's all in Draconic.
That may not be the case, though. I'll tell you as a GM, you have found out that this place is kind of lived in. Like, they've just moved back in, so they might not have decorated it all the way yet, maybe. But yeah, you don't see that stuff. So you guys have done quite a bit. You have, you've shown them your weapons and how to use them. You've played them some of your songs. You've offered to hunt for them. You've offered to turn Simulania away from Sessinak. You've shared memories. You have played with kids. You've done quite a bit. I'll go ahead and say that you've spent your time, unless there's anything specific that you want to try to get.
Are there walls? Are there carvings on the walls that would remind me of That looks like that shit I saw in the bottle.
So, like I said before, with your natural 20, you know that this is human made. It's not as this would have. Sorry, I didn't say human made.
from an island.
I shouldn't have said human made.
Okay.
You know that those knots are not sailor knots, but they would have been used for decorations on handbags and stuff like that
so
in a sailor town, because they do look like sailor knots.
Right.
In fact, it's called a chain loop or a chain hook, and it's something you would see as a mock nautical knot.
And you did mention that it's when we said a sailor did. Yeah, so
maybe like a wife. Yeah, but knowing those things, that's not lizard folk. That's something common folk sort of thing. Halfling, human, elf, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I just thought we should bring it up since we're here. And
if you want to, you can show them. Yeah, you can walk around and show people the markings and stuff like that. A couple of maybe Ertos recognizes that they're writing scratches, but he doesn't know what it says. Everyone else here would be functionally illiterate, not having their own written language and not having any need for it. Being hunters and lizard folk and more or less kind of, wild, they don't have writing. They don't have, that sort of thing. So they do oral history. All right. So you finish up your day. I'll give you your long rest because nothing's been going on really crazy. You guys have time to sit and, prepare what you need to, rest. Your weapons haven't been returned to you, but people aren't treating you with the same deference that they had earlier in the day. The night's gone by, you've slept here. They provided you with space, and they even closed the door and put a guard there. You were you were treated the way that they've seen humans treat humans. They're doing a mimicry thing that they were doing when they high five, salute and stuff like that. So you're treated very well. And the next morning brings Vataus back to your sleeping quarters, and here you are now. Do you need to eat?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So this time they do bring you to the banquet hall that you were helping set up yesterday. And when you walk in, the people that were there yesterday were helping set up that are now putting out food and stuff are really happy to see you. And so they start talking to Vathaus immediately. And Vathaus turns and says, "What is your name?"
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? No, I told him.
He doesn't remember, apparently.
Oh, I am Rapid Rivers, near the bend, south of the mountain. Take a left.
He's
Rapid Rivers.
This is a thing.
Oh, you're talking about naming conventions for Tabaxi.
That's how they name themselves.
It's where I'm from.
It is how we name us.
Oh, what is Vathaus?
Green.
Close.
No, he's holding his fin.
Yeah.
Green fin.
Yeah,
It's green fin.
Vathaus is green fin.
but I'm not Orange Cat.
Yeah.
Ella is small. Ella. And then he points at some other ones and says things like, hollow, or like, fish smell, like things like that. And he points at some of them and he's like,
Very fast.
So your name translates. So they can say they have a different name.
How do you say it in...
Like, I would have to look it up in Draconic, whatever, like in Lizardfolk, but like, they would say Constance, Oliver. But they're going to have a name because they have a name for you.
Now I want to know what
Actually,
that is.
let's look it up real quick. I will do that real quick. So they have that. But they bring out foods of varying rawness and burnness. Nothing is seasoned. It's just protein. They also bring out. They throw some.
No, I shouldn't.
As long as they no effect.
They throw out some like
Constance holds her food underneath the table.
there's some kelps and some of the dry brushes from outside.
I'm quietly singing.
Things they've dug up that grow roots and things.
Yeah. So what we're doing is
Great.
when we get our meat and see it's not seasoned, I hold my plate underneath the table or down
They
here.
all want to know what you're doing, and then
damn
the kids want to see it too.
Damn it.
I'll give you your insight real quick. Insight.
Don't do magic.
14.
They're not
that's a...
I want to take it too, because if I don't think it's safe, then I'm not going to do it.
Hold on. I'll get this done. That's 18 for me.
17 for me.
You get the feeling that what it is that they're curious, not upset. They want to know what you're doing. They're probably going to do it too.
So I'm going to push my plate over towards you, and then I am going to distract them all with a card trick.
Oh my goodness! Ready? Ready?
Twinkle, twinkle.
Ready for your new name?
Oh, yes.
Niar. Nyar.
Niar.
Haanin.
Is this a new word?
Haani. 2 words, right?
It's mixed. It's a combined word. I'm moving this around a little bit.
So N-I-A.
Basically, what I'm doing is I'm modulating 2 words into a thing. So it's Niarhaanin. Nyarhanin.
H-A-A.
N-I-N.
Nin. Nyarhanin.
Nyarhan.
So the emphasis is on ha. Nyarhanin. Nyarhanin means rapid river.
So I'm going to do a coin trick. Several coins out on the table, and I move them around, make them duplicate.
What am I doing?
That kind of stuff. While they all watch.
Performances don't need to be made anymore. You guys have really got everyone's attention. Breakfast is going really well.
Excellent, because he's seizing my food.
And so anyone that sees you do that...
That's why I'm distracting them.
Okay, well then performance to see how many of them you distract them. This is kind of fun. I like this idea.
Not very great.
That's okay. Your performance is like, what, +8 or +5?
Not mine.
Performance? Oh, you have persuasion.
Yeah.
Your persuasion then, sorry.
Oh, should I have taken the same roll? Or
It doesn't matter. With persuasion plus, what was it?
it was a 7 plus...
What's your persuasion?
5, so...
So 12 would have worked, yeah. 12 would have been fine for your persuasion anyway. So you do catch most of the people. The people that are sitting around him they don't care. They have a different human who looks different than the other humans here. And he's furry and he's cute. The moment they see you starting to put stuff on your food, they kind of want it too.
He's not putting anything on the food.
Oh, you're not? So
One of the things that prestidigitation does is season food.
Okay, cool. Then they don't see you doing it. Yeah, okay, so then everyone's
but he has to
distracted.
sing.
You have to sing. Okay, so you're singing. They start to hum with you. You successfully
Verbal and semantic.
Okay, so finally you sing, you hum, you do your fingers and stuff. They copy you. In fact, they start adding rhythm. They know what cat songs sound like now. They know you're singing. And
I'm pretending to play the piano.
Yeah, over the food.
And now the young ones are starting to do it. Like that's how you sing, and they're having fun. And now you're learning that
much better.
You're learning too that the common lizard folk will dance sometimes when they're working. Because you're starting to see a common sway. Mood is good. The amount of success you guys have had here is beyond what the book was asking for. So you've done a very good job here. So I just want to DM you that real quick. But the time has come, and Vathaus, who oddly was not present for this, has returned and is now saying, "It is time. Oh, Toket hears your words now."
All right.
Okay.
And honestly, as soon as he says that, you probably are the last ones to stand up, and all of the lizard folks start to get up and file out as well. And Vathaus is starting to do his thing. You're led down the hallway. This time, no one is watching where you're going. There is nobody in the hall. There is no sounds or anything like that. People aren't running around. This is not like the acceptance thing. You do hear sounds, but it sounds like one or two people talking in their respective areas. Nobody is wandering the halls anymore. And you're led back to the throne room. And in the throne room is set up the same way that it was yesterday, where Otho Kent is sitting in the middle. To her right is Irtos. To her left would be Sariv. Behind Sariv would be the 3 attendants who you know as shaman. There are the 6 guards, the 2 guards at the outside, and then every square inch of this place is packed with whatever lizard folk could get in here. You don't seem to be able to tell if there's any sort of caste difference. Some of them look like soldiers, some of them look like the regular guys. You recognize them from areas you've been in. This looks like a pretty good cross-section of the den. The thing that you do notice, though, is that some of those sea races that you noticed down in that guard area, that you noticed down in the guard area, one of each of those types of...
Yes.
Did you guys...
I did.
Okay, so one of each of those other 3 races are behind Otho Kent's throne, off to the behind where Irtos is. Mm-hmm. They have seats, but they don't seem to have, prominence in the room, and they're not addressed by anybody. They seem to have their own little space, and each of them has their own guard of the same race. The smaller, browner floppy guard guy, the floppy feet guy, they don't have any kind of weapon. It's just the guy with the walrus head and the feet and other things. But the other 2 that are sitting are not weaponed either, but their guards do have weapons. As you come in, everyone starts to murmur right away when you guys walk in, like you guys are things. People start talking. You hear that name. Yarhanin gets said a couple of times, and the word gets passed around. People look at each other like, where
He's not
doesn't make any sense. So, it doesn't make any sense. And so you're hearing conversations going around about what you guys have, maybe what you've done throughout the day and stuff. And Otho Kent puts her hand up like that, and everyone silences themselves, and Irtos stands and comes forward and says, and he starts talking in Draconic first, and a couple of the things that he says bring a from the crowd, or an Otho Kent from the crowd. Like, they repeat her name often. A couple of things that he says causes Sariv and these people to repeat things, and you get that idea that you got yesterday when Sariv wouldn't shut up, that you're getting an oral presentation whether you want to or not. This is part of it. It's not getting translated to common, but when it's over, Irtos speaks again and says, Otho Kent will hear now. This is uncommon to hear us and for us to hear you. Do not waste it. Be kind. And then Irtos sits down. And Otho Kent starts to talk for a few seconds, but it's in Draconic, but she looks like she's addressing you. And then she kind of looks down at the ground for a second, and the two kids that were with you the entire time come running out of the crowd. And they come up and they sit on her lap, and she talks to them at length. And as they talk and they joke around and stuff, people in the crowd do that occasionally, and they gasp. Occasionally people look right at one of you, or look kind of strangely while you guys talk. But the kids laugh quite a bit while they talk, and Othokent laughs a couple of times too, and a couple of the things they say really make everyone kind of laugh. And then there's a couple of things that they stop and talk a couple of times, like the kids are basically put on hold, and Ertos will be questioned, and Ertos will talk to the other people in the crowd, and you're getting the sense that you're being heard through these other mouths, and specifically it's the children. So when it's all over, Othokent pushes them off of her lap, and they don't go anywhere. They start treating the dais like they did you, where they're like pushing stuff over, and like the guards are like off, you know, like they're poking Ertos and stuff. They're being treated with deference up here on the dais. They belong here. Othokent says something to Ertos. Shabhab. Ertos and her talk for a second, and then he looks at Vataus and says, Ukarthel Shafarpab. And they all say it, Ukarthel Shafarpab. And Vataus looks at you and says, what do you call your home? The home we shared on the water.
Oh, the boat. The Heart of the Sea.
And he repeats that in common. Oh, Heart of the Sea, though.
Yep.
Will have a name. So
Translation.
he thinks about that for a minute, and when they talk about it, Ertos is able to come up with, and then so they are able to have to look that up too. But damn, note the self. But it translates, and they come up with that name. Othokent speaks again. Schiffer Pub. Schiffer is home. Pub is water, or on the surface of the water, an image. Vataus has named the Heart of the Sea Schäfer Pub. It is a mirror of home.
Schäfer Pub.
That travels on that mirror. It is a good name. If you take this name to the other aquatic races, it will be known. Schäfer Pub will be the human's silent face.
Schäfer Pub.
Thank you.
What is the difference between you and the humans with our contract?
We aren't sea princes. Since we are not from this area, we don't have the contacts to get the same weapons.
We can't help you with this.
Yeah. We're completely useless to you.
But yeah.
But we may be able to make new contracts with Saltmarsh.
I don't care about your contract. You are from a different land.
Yes.
Different than this one, then.
Yes.
Why do you help so much?
It is my reason for existing. My sole purpose is to bring balance to the elements of the world. The Sahagin are threats that tries to bring water above the land. It's a terrible thing.
The people hiss when you say Sahagin. Including Othokent.
I hiss too. That is my reasoning. These two, the captain.
I want to leave this world a little bit better than when I started here, and gather some coins and stories along the way.
What story will you tell of the lizard folk you have found here?
You're family and brave and fighting against creatures of corruption.
You're survivalists. You survive, you thrive, and you do what you must. And that is part of the natural order of things.
Would you like to hear some of your experience here?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
She looks at Sari even. Insight.
Not good. 9.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
17.
Nothing, you said?
9.
9, yeah.
I just think you notice that was like a painful request that he has to say the nice thing that the people have said about
If we
you.
could read that.
I'm just saying he's a lizard folk. Were you able to pick up? Did you get a lizard folk eye roll? They got a lizard folk eye roll.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
So Sari, I will say, he says something in Draconic, and he addresses it to Vatas, and Vatas says, the children would follow you to a nest.
Thank you.
You are a good mothers.
I've helped raise many children in my time.
He says something in Draconic, and Ertos kind of laughs, and you hear one or two other like small snickers. And Ertos says, "Guardian." And Nato says, "Guardian, not mother."
We can do that too.
Friends. Friends.
Friends.
And Vatos says friends, and Ertos says friends, and they mimic the word friends.
Yeah, we'll mimic it too.
Although Kent puts her hands up again, and everyone kind of
Sounds like
calms down.
accent.
Everyone faces Otho Kent again, except for the six in between the columns that seem to be statues themselves, that sort of thing. And even when she puts her hands up, the kids even stop. She's got a pretty good command of her room, but she does stand again, and she starts to walk, and you can tell that people start to move. Like she's prone to do this. She's going to walk around the crowd and like talk and stuff like that. People are going to hear her, and so she's going to speak. I am going to say this in your tongue, but Ertos will say it as well. And as he's saying that, Ertos is also talking
In Draconic.
in Draconic, so she's being polite and explaining that to you. Humans have not been kind to lizard folk, and that unkindness has been returned for a long memory. It is strange to think that we would speak first. It is not our way. And Sari spoke against it, and I agreed. But this is a great day for Ertos. He has been right about tomorrow and the next tomorrow and about you and your voice inside. You have been inside. You have turned the minds of my peoples. They speak for you now. Schaefer Pub is a lizard folk home. It is a friendly place. Do you agree?
We do.
We agree.
We have enjoyed our time in your walls.
As my walls have enjoyed you. She says what says something in Draconic, and Urtos kind of shouts, says, I believe that is right.
It is.
Now,
Eloquently spoken.
sorry, son has told me that he has mentioned Samwanya to you. Samwanya. It says it again. The name says,
Mute more.
she has been corrupted by Sasunik. Crocodile.
Yeah.
She looks at you and she says that because you're the one that was telling the cooks what crocodile, the word.
Right, yeah.
It's new. So that's a word that you didn't teach her that she's gotten from the people. So
Suanya is a Sasunik. Sasunik is in the corruptor of Suanya.
Sasunik is the corruptor of Samwanya.
Samwanya is a crocodile. She is in a swamp nearby. But Sasina has corrupted her heart and taken her mind. She cannot be worshipped. She cannot be tribute given. We cannot hear her speak with her safely. She must now be dealt with, but it is impossible for the lizard to raise a hand to Samwanya.
I will speak to her.
She will not hear. You must end Samwanya. So that she may rise again.
Uncorrupted.
Well, she won't know that word.
Yeah.
She must die.
I understand.
I cannot send my people to do this. They may not raise their hand. Oh God, man! You should have heard my 40K voice. God damn it! I shoot myself in the foot with these. The Koalinth, the Lokath, the Merfolk have been invited here to join us against the Sahagin. You have come to offer your services.
Yes.
What were those names again?
Yeah,
Koalinth.
Koalinth? Yeah.
Koalinth. We've heard that before.
It's a race.
Koalinth. Koalinth. Koalinth.
Are they a koala-based species?
No. Lokath.
Those I know.
Locath and Merfolk. Excuse me, those are the three. Koalinth, Lokath, Merfolk. They have been invited here. You have come to offer your services. Our memory of human is only bad except for your new song. You have shown us your silence is strong. Does your voice also carry that strength? Take it outside and kill Samwanya with it. Bring back her teeth and... She says something again to Urtos, and they look around for a minute. People that speak Draconic talk for a moment. Batos looks at you, the bone... Skull. He says to Urtos. Urtos says all the things. Says, "Bring me her skull." And she does that. And above the throne, like I said last time, there are the heads of stuff. Crocodile is the one above the throne. And that when she does that, Saurib and the shamans say Samwanya's name. They repeat Samwanya's name. Everyone bows, but Alpha can't. They stand back up. Bring me Samwanya's head, and the human voice will join this he voice.
We shall. The sooner we get rid of the corruption put upon the gods of the natural world here,
Do you agree? She says as she kind of finishes her walk and sits back down.
Yes.
We agree.
The moment you say that, she does the same thing she did last time. She gets up and she just walks. The moment she leaves her her seat and goes behind the dice. This time you notice there's an exit. I mean, she did this last time. She's leaving through kind of a closet space, but this time as she gets up to leave, there's that door opens immediately, and the other 3 races and their guards get up and go out too, and then she leaves.
Okay.
The other lizard folk begin to move as well. Oh, cool. The other, thank you very much. That was, there's more to come. The other lizard folk get up as well and leave the room. Everybody is gone now except for you and Ertos again. And Ertos is basically fulfilling the same thing he did last time, which is apparently to give you the rules of your next fate. You are going to leave, and you will bring Samwanya's skull. Samwanya is crocodile. Not.
Swami is Swami.
No, not Samwanya. Not all crocodile. Not all crocodile. Samwanya.
She's a specific crocodile.
Samwanya is 4 Ertos. And he puffs himself up. Samwanya.
Die.
Samwanya now is Sesina. Samwanya is Sino. Sahagen. Samwanya is in the swamp. And he points, so remember that the ocean is to the south and that the land is to the north. He kind of gives you the area that-ish way, pointing towards the entrance. Basically, leave the entrance, go that way. That's all he's telling you.
Right.
And Samwanya is outside. And then he stops giving stuff up. Now you guys are kind of alone in the room again with your toast like you were last time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we'll need our weapons while we return to the ship.
If you ask Ertos for your weapons, those are immediately produced. They understand that you're leaving. That your voice, obviously, this is the test of strength. You guys have the silence and the volume. So you are going out. They were giving you all your stuff back. You were successfully walking around for 24 hours with a fucking hand crossbow with children.
So I'm just going to ask what I think is the obvious question.
Sure.
If the lizard folk and the merfolk are in league, why were we attacked, and why did the lizard men attack back?
Ertos is here.
Yeah.
Well,
that is a good question.
I want to talk to these people first before.
The lizard folk fought them. I mean, Vateos fought them tooth and nail, literally.
Mm-hmm. They ate some of them.
All right. So
I thought I'd bring it up
it's
to Captain before.
Probably an offshoot tribe, just like we have pirates that don't answer as Saltmarshians.
Elves do have pirates too.
So,
Raiders.
Do you want to ask?
I thought I'd bring it up with you first.
Ertos is here. He's not going anywhere. He lives here.
I don't think there's any reason to muddy the waters.
Yep.
You don't want to talk about it? Okay, cool. So you guys are free to do whatever you want?
Yep.
You guys are... Ertos will reiterate some of the stuff that Otho Kent said. I mean, you guys still have the rest of this trial to go.
Yep.
To be accepted into this alliance with the sea races, and they will accept Saltmarsh's help / help Saltmarsh. Vice versa. This is how it's going to go down. What was I going to tell you, though? He is saying again, Vathouse is not going to help you. He's not going either. Lizard folk will not go with you into the swamp to help you with this. This is something that you are going to do on your own. However, whether you succeed or you fail, you 3 have proven yourself. Schaefer Pab is a title of your boat now. It is floating home. That's what it means. You are welcome here even if you fail. You will always be lizard folk unless you break the lizard folk rules, that kind of stuff. And you'll have to go over that with the shamans and stuff.
Sure,
He's not going to go over lizard folk.
It's always important to talk to the shamans.
Yes, you are known here at the Schaefer. You may walk in and out of the Schaefer at any point. And lizard folk would expect the same from Schaefer Pub. So he's letting you know,
This is a...
These are folk who are going to be coming on the boat if they see the boat.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine.
That's what the GM is telling you that.
Yeah.
Let that be known.
We better let them know.
We better let the crew know.
That if Schaefer, and that would be a good reason when you're leaving right now to go back to the boat real quick and be like, hey,
Well,
you have letters and
We
stuff.
have to send the letters anyway.
Yes,
So,
you have letters and things. Okay.
Should I stay here with the... No?
Well,
Okay.
we're gonna get on the boat and come back up.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just
So,
so a couple
yeah, we just go to the we go off to the coast and
As you leave, you're walking out. You move the. Go ahead. No, it's okay.
Ertos, I want him to show me how he would like a symbol for Schaefer Pub.
A symbol for
Yeah.
Schaefer Pub.
Like if you were to find it on the wall.
So he would show you the Draconic for the pronunciation of it because the
fine.
lizard folk don't have their own like written language.
Yeah, it's like-
but he would draw a house, but the water halfway through it. But the bottom of the house is rounded to show that it's closed. In other words, it's not a flood. This house is surviving in the water halfway somehow. It would be a strange symbol. So the two of you could talk
A really
about how
deep
this.
boat.
Yeah, the two of you could talk about how this might be a boat straight on. This would be the symbol for floating house.
Yeah.
Plus, he would say that the rounded bottom and the triangle top would have kind of a double meaning because just like the pub means the reflection on the water, where the house is reflecting a house because it's actually floating, you would see the difference on the top and the bottom. This is a strange reflection. This house is something's weird. This is a boat. The bottom is round, the top is triangle. He's like, this would be an odd symbol. It would only mean Schaefer Pub. This is a new word.
I'm painting that shit on our sails.
I'm going to paint it on the door that the lizardmen stayed in. So if any lizardmen get on the boat, they know where to go.
That's a good idea.
This is the fun part of being GM. All my characters always are linguists, and it never comes up because
Now
I'm
you
like,
make-
Now I'm like, it's all the time now. You guys better pick your fucking languages. You guys are free to leave. When you get up to the front, the same number of guards is there. 2 or 3 at the front door. They move the door away. They say stuff to you. They try to mimic some of your like salutes and touches, unless you do something with them. Yeah, they try to do
I'm
it.
gonna make this a common.
Well, it's going to be the one for you. They're going to start touching their faces when they see you and stuff like that. So you got to be careful what you want them to do when they see you. Like, they'll do weird things. And things. But when you walk out, and they're starting to, some of the guards that are there start to close the doors. And right as they do, you hear a commotion and the doors kind of come back out, and Vathaus and Ella come out real quick. And they start talking to the guards, and the guards start talking to them kind of confused, and then Ella starts just yelling. Just like, and they start yelling at the guards, and Vathaus walks over to you guys real quick, and he's like, I can't help. Do your best. Make good decisions. And they run back inside, and they kind of push the guards a little bit, and they kind of get, it's weird, and then they all look at you, and Vathaus says, good luck, and they all are like, good luck. Like they try to
say the word.
Good luck.
They almost forget tradition.
Of course.
All right.
And then they go back inside, and the guards kind of take their positions, and you notice that they don't really have their weapons. They're kind of hanging out. They kind of get back down, and they're just watching the cover from the bushes and stuff. You guys are on your own.
Turn and head towards the shore to get the attention of the boat.
So you go back to the shore to get the attention of the boat. It's pretty easy to flag down. It's the next day. It was the morning. They were expecting you to come out at some point.
He does his song and fireworks.
Yep, the jolly boat comes out. It's got more than just erg on it now. Like 5 or 6 guys are rowing out with it. And you guys get on. You can make your way back in, and that's that.
What the hell is that? It seems to be some sort of potato bean man with a penis on his butt.
Yes, that is exactly.
I think it's an amoeba.
It's a use the wrong tool to burn leather.
It is a map.
What did you make? Holy shit, you made this?
Tool to leather map, yeah.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me? You took the leather map. You crazy son of a bitch.
He did it. He
Look
said
at
it.
that. That's kind of Alright.
Insight.
Oh god.
Inside is plus
9.
4 for 14.
9.
9, 9, 14. 14, 9's, you can kind of tell, you guys have been around. This is leather that is not like an aquatic thing. This leather...
Shark skin.
No, this
not
is
an
like
aquatic
cow, pig, horse. This is not aquatic leather. As such, hasn't
Might
been
not
treated
be.
as well. This has been treated very well because this would break down in the ocean pretty quickly. and it wouldn't survive a lot of movement and breakdown like that. This thing is probably very valuable to them. Like Vathaus has probably handed you a pretty neat.
We're all lizard folk of this blessed.
Yeah, so Vathaus has probably given you something that's pretty
What was wrapping it?
treasured to him.
Yeah.
Because this is the type of leather that's hard to find. It's burned with some sort of tool.
These are rubies, by the way.
No, it would just be beadwork or scale work of some kind. And
Shell work.
everything else though that's on the map, you've already identified that the labels are draconic.
Yeah.
So that is written in draconic. Those are some sort of labels. Other than that, you figure out what you want from that, man.
We go back on the
This
boat.
could be swamp.
You are back on the boat.
This could be swampland. This could be actual water in the swamp and more dry land in it.
Or the
Those are
whites.
mountains.
The white could be land, and the rest could be water.
Yeah. Well, that's a
I'm
no
not sure these mountains are wait.
Yeah. We're going to need to figure out some way to at least translate Draconic.
We'll just have to get a
This is cool as
lizard folk
shit,
on the
dude.
ship.
I
I love the notching on the borders.
That's where the scales are removed. That's what it would have been if it had been like an aquatic thing. But as soon as I did it, I was like, wait a minute, that would have been different. So what that is on the outside would have been like heat treat handling. It was either like put on a grill to bake the leather into a stiffer, workable material. Really, what it is it's my cookie sheet.
That is really cool.
Breathing ribs so that you can stiffen the leather so that it would hold its curl.
What's great with all these props is that you can run this module anytime and you got all the props ready.
That's why he wanted more props, because I was reading this book one day when he was there and I opened it up and a bunch of props fell out of it. These little pieces of paper that I made the last time I had read it and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I dig them.
That's why that one was a planned prop. So the woven thing around it, I knotted like 2 years ago when we were going to do this.
Oh, really?
And the stuff that's written on it was supposed to be written, but like all of the stuff that I wrote for it and everything like that, I made up all of that.
That's
Dirt
so
in
cool.
it, grass in it, that sort of thing. This is from a leather bracelet that I got with a watch. It was like an accessory I'm never going to wear, so I cut it and then I drilled holes into it and glued beads into it. And
Yeah.
I got a wood burning kit which you can use to score and burn leather.
Mm-hmm.
My only problem was that I never wood burned before, and I haven't tooled leather since I was like 12.
Huh.
So the combination of a foreign tool on a foreign substance I haven't used it for,
Yeah.
it was a learning process, and this was the only piece of leather that I could find to the specification I wanted at.
Oh,
because it was
wow.
like in a one-day notice kind of thing, because I went to Michael's, all their leather working, everything is fucking gone right now. I had to like pick this clean. So this was like an 8.5 by 11 sheet of patent leather that I tooled.
It's the Etsy gang, man.
And I started to actually tool it. I was gonna put some tear around the edges and actually.
Sure.
I have
This
some
is
metalwork. I have some
incredible,
metalwork
man.
and tools and stuff like that. But man, like that map, if I had tooled it rather than burned it, probably would have taken 6 to 12 hours. Rather than that took me 45 minutes. So there was a "how much do I love you guys" moment where I was like, I'm not tooling this. So instead I just burned it. But
That's amazing.
yeah, so it is 8. You
Yeah,
guys are about
we
to
do
make
need
your
to-
way. You've finished the Cave of Othakent. You've basically turned the minds of the people of Schaefer.
All
They
right.
feel good in your presence. You have made your way outside. You're back on the boat. You are sending your missives back with the Sea Heart back to the council, so they know that you're not just fucking around, and that things are what you thought they were. The Sahagin are the actual threat, and they are open to accepting you guys into the tribe. You just have to prove yourself first. Did you want Othakent to sign that thing?
Yes.
Do you want so you're gonna have to wait until you've proven the strength of your voice
that.
as well, because Othakent has dropped your.
Yeah, for now, I'll send what I have, and I'll send a more official one later. But this
Okay.
one's just detail. This isn't asking for anything.
This is a memo.
This is just
update.
detailing what is
Now,
going on.
you have the Heart of the Sea. You have your jerry boat, but you were pulling a sloop behind it. Do you want to send some of your crew with the sloop back to Saltmarsh? It'll take them a day and a half to get down there and back, but you won't have to leave the Heart of the Sea, or won't go anywhere. It'll stay here for you.
How much is it?
Sounds
wise
fine to
idea
me.
to just keep a ship anchored in the spot for a while?
Is like, I don't know if they'll get attacked, but Sahagin are in the area.
They've
So,
also already been
It's our
attacked.
mofo. So I think
you could outfit. You could put a small contingent on the sloop. It's up to you guys. It's your boat. I don't want to tell you.
I think we take the sloop, pull it up to shore, anchor it off, and we send the heart of the sea back to.
You don't have to shore up the sloop either. You are in lizard folk territory. Remember, this beach is hard packed. It's covered in footsteps and stuff, and it's the daytime now. So we'll just say you guys are welcome now.
Yeah.
The guards are out front, but people come out here and fish and hunt and stuff. You guys are them. You know, they're going to be cool with your boat being here. You're welcome here. You can leave your boat here in the harbor.
I get that.
If you want to, the lizard folk want to get on Schaefer Pod too. They want to get on there and hang out.
If they're gonna be there and watching over it, then we can leave it.
Yeah.
Might as well.
You better tell your crew too.
Right, we are. We're telling them immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm drawing the symbol on the door.
Okay. How are you presenting to your crew what's happening?
So, I gather Dami and and we're gonna have a meal in Captain's eating quarters.
Okay.
So it's gonna be all of us and just them two.
Gotcha. Okay.
And basically going, so, hey, the lizard folk are not bad people. They're out here, they're fishing, they're hunting, they're trying to, make a life for themselves. But there really are Sahagin in the north. And that's
Sahagin
going
in
to
the south. The
South,
north is where land is. Yeah, it's okay. The north is the land, the south is the sea.
That's not true.
Am I backwards again?
It's not even backwards. We're on a coast.
Oh, it's because I'm following this.
Yeah.
That's north, this is south, but we're on the Sword Coast.
This
is county more. Whatever. So whatever.
It's north.
Use the other map.
I know.
Yeah.
So, whichever it is, further away from this is Sahagin, and that's bad for everyone. If they're allowed to fester, they will plague the sea lanes here.
We don't care. We work for you, but you're gonna have to tell the crew why they should share bunk with non-human.
Perhaps we may have that news broken over putting our cook to the test and making a good meal.
Right. So we have allied ourselves with the lizard folk, and as we can go into their homes, they can come into ours.
So Ergonami will,
We know you've been around them before.
They're fine. You do have Ergonami seem to really be on board with you guys. They were there since the beginning. They prepared your ship for you. They've crewed the ship for you. They're going to speak for you.
Yeah.
I just want to know, what is it you're going to tell the crew?
Well, that's part of what we're talking to them. It's we need to, need to let the crew know. Any insight on that?
I was trying to tell you that these guys, they work for you. Erg doesn't have anything to say, but Dami is saying these guys, they're going to do what you say. Lizard folk ain't human. You're going to have to come up with something. Why? Why is it cool to have lizards on the boat?
He's not human. He's on the boat.
Are they? Well, yeah.
But it's that thing we talked about before.
That's true.
One minority
actually
is not a threat, but
I was gonna say, So Dami might attack that angle. Captain Cat's pretty funny because he sings the songs and he rides up in the nest.
What these people?
The lizard folk are a little scarier, and what are they doing here? What are they helping us with? They don't know how to boat. They don't know how to sing.
They'll be defending you against merfolk and Sahagin.
I don't know. Crook's not gonna like it if you go on a lizard up on the deck. I know you're the captain.
Oh, and they're not going to be armed. Well, we are not going to have one stationed here all the time, but they can come and go as they please.
All right. We'll do our best. You're going to have to be the one that tells them.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Speech time.
Is there a way that you want to do this? Are you going to stand on the aft castle and they stand on the deck? Or are you going to yell it from the rafters? Or are you going to stop the boat? You're going to go out to sea? You're going to put out a plank?
We're going to have a meal.
Big meal?
I'm going to go down and meet with the guys during mealtime and play some cards.
So meal is just like anything else. It's bunk rotation. Are you doing an all hand?
Yeah, doing all hands.
Okay, you're doing all hands.
Because we're anchored.
So you're anchored. You're at sea, but you're not at home berth. It's the next day. You guys have been out at sea for a single day. You have one little battle. Everyone's at top notch. No one's upset. No one's tired. So waking up second shift's not going to piss anybody off, especially the captain. No one's going to hourly be ready. Everyone is ready to hear your case.
Yep. So
shall we do a collective? I mean, you're the captain.
Yeah. It's going to be all of us talking, but I'm going to be. We're down there. We're talking about. I'm talking about the lizard folk.
Mm-hmm.
That we're out here. We're helping them. The Sahagin are bad news.
They'll help us.
And they are shark people. How many of you like sharks?
They're kissing cousins of the sea bitch herself.
So, persuasion as a group.
Oh boy.
So you guys have got to work together as the new crew with your new crew to try to get these guys. Several of them are unsure.
Yeah.
I'll take higher than 10.
21.
23.
Fucking
A bard and
So,
a swashbuckler.
I rolled a natural 1. So when you first
14.
This is good though. When I first was gonna say like when you first started talking about you got everybody together, it's like dude, today's day 2.
Yep.
All hands on deck. What the fuck? Why?
Yeah.
What could happen? Like, is this going to be an everyday thing? This is a weird thing to have an all hands on deck this close to shore day 1. But you guys are new captains, and we don't know how this stuff works. And there were lizard folk here yesterday too, and they just came and got a bunch of weapons. So who knows? Maybe this is part of the course for today.
Maybe it'll help relations.
However, when you started to talk about what it means to be a lizard folk ship, what you are now, how you're going to be proceeding going forward, half of your crew expresses dissent immediately.
Yeah.
These are not human. This is ridiculous. And then some of them start to speak out and say, like, these cause problems in Saltmarsh. There's a reason that we are even here in the first place, was to try to figure out what the problem was, With persuasion rolls like that, you can placate the people and hold them back.
Yeah, we're here. We're doing this on behalf of the Saltmarsh Council. Like,
you will lose 3 sabers. So your crew goes from 20 to 17. Those guys don't care. They don't care what you do with them, how you leave them off. However, they are going to go on someplace else, or they're going to do something else. You have a decision now as a crew how to treat these dissenters or deserters, whatever they are. They have decided that your word is not okay. They do not like the way you're going with this. They don't want to do it. What are you going to do about it? 3 of them refuse.
Position. They don't want to
Yeah.
get
they
paid.
don't get their pay.
Well, we'll pay them for the time they did, and let them go. That's
Let them go. How are you going to let them go?
We throw them off the stuff.
so when we send the boat back to the mail,
You ferry them back to Saltmarsh Behold. Awesome. All right, cool.
It's like you just got to get the boat back, and that's it.
All right.
Don't tell them about the man.
And I tell Dami and Erg to look for more crew, especially a carpenter and a surgeon.
Do you want them to do that while they're there, or
Yes.
do you want to? Okay.
Yeah,
Take a couple days.
So Erg, you want to send Erg because Erg and Dami are usually.
That's in the whole boat.
Oh, the boat is going.
Yeah,
that's
the
right.
boat is going.
That's right. Okay, so the boat is going to go back to crew.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why I'm confused. So
Yeah,
that's, Never mind then. So that's not so great that you're. I thought you were sending the sloop back.
No,
No, I got you. Okay, so that's nice. Giving them passage.
Yeah.
They don't agree with you. That's good. Are you taking any lizard folk with you when you go back to Saltmarsh because they want to get on the boat?
It's like we shouldn't. Like these letters need to be delivered first. I'm telling the lizard folk.
Okay.
These letters need to be delivered first to tell them about you. Then we'll see how they feel. But I wouldn't go with them. I wouldn't go with them yet to Saltmarsh.
Saltmarsh different home.
They
They don't know your voice yet.
they kind of they're seeing you do this. They're all kind of like like they want to get on it and stuff like that. Or you're saying no, they're gonna get on the boat. Okay, cool. They probably shouldn't be anyway since you haven't finished your trial. But
Right.
Yeah.
Plus, you're going to Saltmarsh and you're taking like who knows non-common speaking lizard folk. So you're saying no, you're not taking any lizard folk onto the boat. The boat leaves. Your sloop is ready to go, and you guys are ready to check out the surrounding swamp areas for Semilania.
Yep.
And I think that's a really good place to go ahead and stop for the evening.
The last thing I want to say before we have a whole week of thinking about how we're going to go about this, Oliver will say, like, okay, so I know we've made this agreement with the lizard men, but if this is indeed a sacred beast of the swamp, I would rather find a way to uncorrupt it than call it, though if a calling must be done, so be it.
I defer to you on all things animal and creature related.
I will say that, it's a druid, and the way that she talked about it, they're like, this is sacred. I mean, I have one up here. We call it the goddess of the swamp.
It seems like huge that they would let us
to die.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can't do
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
They have to,
I get that.
Even if it's ruining the land, they just have to piously watch it happen.
Right,
This is
yeah.
You're their go-around.
Right.
And now he's just saying that he wants to assess it.
He doesn't want to kill the crocodile.
Well, he's all for killing the crocodile, but he wants to assess it.
Oh, how important is this crocodile?
I'm letting them know that now that we're out of earshot of lizardmen.
Can we save this?
That I would.
The lizard folk can't save it, but they don't know what we can do. So that's all he's saying. So, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go find this thing. We're going to take a look at it, and if it's saved, if it can be saved, we'll save it. If it's got to be killed, we'll kill it.
Also, part of the Druid's job is calling those things. Yeah.
Especially it's been corrupted by Hagen.
Yeah.
That's bad.
All right, well, this has been another edition of the Wildverse, where on Sundays we play Saltmarsh. Our group has successfully shown the inside voice that they possess for the human mouth. You know, they can be good on the inside as well as on the outside, so now they have to prove the outside part.
Right.
But they seem to have turned the minds of the lizard folk in their favor, and now an option for Saltmarsh to join the sea races against the Hagen is a possibility, provided you find some means of turning Simoania away from Sissunak. So we'll see how that goes. They just spent the whole 24 hours making sure lizard folk were feeling warm and fuzzy and making sure the kids were taken well care of.
That's good shit, man.
You guys got some hunting to do.
Yeah.
So you got to take care of that. Don't forget. They got some croc killing to do, possibly, and they got a weird little map that they haven't figured out what it's going to do that they're also not supposed to have. I'm going to remember this. Okay, get ready to memorize the outro. All right, here we go. So, if you like what you saw, if you want to see anything else, click on the tab down below and it'll take you to our YouTube page where you can find hundreds and thousands of hours of all the stuff that we've done, where we play long-term campaign RPGs, we do board games, one-shots, lore, and introductions, board games, all kinds of fun stuff. Check it out, it's a lot of fun. We're also sponsored by Drive-Thru RPG, and those links down below will take you to a website where you can find all of your source books and rulebooks on PDF and save yourself a whole bunch of money. We have some of their stuff, you should too. And speaking of some of our stuff, down below is a link to our merchandise store where you can find the wonderful Wilyverse logo that we're so proud of on everything you can think of. Hats, shirts, socks, pants, bags, logos, stickers. It's great. Go down there and check it out. Plus, anything that you buy from any of those sites gives us a small kickback that we use to buy new games, update the studio, and purchase snacks and stuff like that. So come on down and check it out. Like I said, we play every Sunday at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time at the moment. And on Wednesdays, we also play Blackstone Fortress, which is a Warhammer Quest modular board game that we use minis that we paint ourselves. We play every Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, somewhere between 5:30 and 6. But thank you very much. If we don't see you next Sunday, hopefully we see you sooner on Wednesday for Blackstone Fortress. Make sure you write that down, Super Sad Squad, and we'll see you next week. Thanks, Ruby. Thanks, Super Sad Squad, and thanks, Stream Elements, for being here and helping us out. We'll see you next time. Bye.